Okay, good evening. Calling the June 6th, 2023 meeting of the Select Board to order. Our videographers are Rob and Luke, and our meeting tonight is available on RCTV's YouTube channel as well as on Verizon Channel 33 and Comcast Channel 22. And let's see, we'll just go over the agenda briefly. We'll start with public comment, then select board liaison and town manager reports. We have a public hearing at 7:30 on the Meadowbrook Golf Club's alteration of premises to its liquor license. At 7:45, we'll discuss and vote to authorize debt related to 3 projects: the Auburn Street Water Tank, the Myatt Soames Morgan Conservation Area, and Haven Street. 8 p.m. we'll talk and potentially vote on fiscal year 24 water and sewer rates. 8:15 we'll get an update from our Economic Development Director, Ben Cares, on the kiosk rollout. At 8:30 we'll discuss improving communication with small businesses. At 8:45 we have a vote to allocate $15,000 from our ARPA funds previously allocated to the Public Health Department for public health file digitization. At 9 p.m. we'll vote on changes to the recalc charge and expansion of its sunset date, which is June 30th of this year. At 9:15 we'll talk about various funding requests from boards, commissions, and committees. At 9:30 we'll talk about development and planning process for a dog park in town. And at 9:45 we'll talk about discuss emails for boards and committee members. At 10 we'll discuss town council. At 10:30 we'll talk about future agenda items, and at 10:45 we'll approve one set of meeting minutes from last month. So before we begin public comment in the room and virtually, just as some reminders, if you could please sign up if you're in the room, or when you stand, please give your name and address. Try to keep your comments to 2 minutes or less, please, and please direct your comments to the chair. And so we'll start first in the room. Are there any public comments? Yes.
John Sullivan, 8 San Juan Street, postmark. Member of the Board of Trustees, you all should be in receipt of a letter from our chair, Kathy Zeke, about water rates. You know what we're talking about. I'd like to read segments of that and then add some of my own comments. I'll try and be quick. Board of Trustees, the postmark urges the Select Board to reject the current proposal for tiered water rates and refer the concept, or I should say the implementation, for further research. The proposal as currently written is a blunt instrument that fails to account for the changing mix of residences in Reading with increasing number of multi-unit buildings. The proposed system unfairly penalizes those residents, basing water rates on the building's total water usage instead of the individuals. Making the condo and apartment buildings most likely hitting the highest tier for all residents. Postmark offers an example. It's a 40-hour development, includes 50 1- to 2-bedroom apartments, most of which 1 or 2 residents, just a few with 3, 10 of which are affordable housing, and a substantial portion are residents 60 and older. If these families of no more than 3 members lived in individual homes, they would pay the lowest rates in the tiered system. Because they live in condos and multi-unit development, they will be burdened by the highest rates in town. It unfairly penalizes residents of multi-unit buildings, requiring them to pay higher rates for their individual water usage. Finally, the proposal fails to encourage water conservation by removing residents' ability to affect their water rates by controlling their usage. For these reasons, the Select Board must reject the current proposal. Postmark's board would welcome the opportunity to participate in exploring alternative tiered water systems. Personally, I'd say there are many buildings like the Postmark. I believe Reading Woods has 12 or 14 buildings the size of the Postmark. While waiting for the Postmark to be completed, I lived there temporarily. It was 1 water meter, as far as I know. And then there's Johnson Woods. I'm not sure what the situation is there, but you have a lot of units. lot of units in town. It's no longer single family. The single family town I moved into 40 years ago. Been a resident, my wife and I have 40 years. We've raised 4 children in town, 38 years in a single family home. Now I'm in a condo. I've heard everybody I've ever heard run for select board has said, we want to make sure our older families who love the town can stay in it. This is hurting, this kind of water rate increase. And you also, when you're in a condo, you're paying for your own garbage, paying the same residential tax rate. And you own garbage and recycling collection. So there's got to be better ways. The postmark, we have individual meters. The town forced the building to have 1 meter for the town. The town could read our meters, they're the same addressable meters that are in a lot of other buildings, or in a lot of homes that the town uses. Same belt clip system. So that would work for us. I'm not sure about the other ones, but because in general, I think this is an issue for any multi-unit building.
Mr. Slavin, if we could just ask you to, we try to keep to a 2-minute.
Okay,
Yeah, thank you.
I have a quick.
Sure.
Families live in residential units. There are many more residential units than meters in this town. So you have to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments in the room? Okay, Caitlin, are there any members of the public who would like to comment on Zoom?
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so moving on to liaison reports. Mark, let's start with you.
Sure. So 2 updates. One, the trust fund commissioners met last week. The good side of higher interest rates is we're enjoying better earnings on the funds that are in the trust fund, so that's great. The other activity going on are some senior focused programs. One called Reading Response, which continues to work well, and that provides rides to income eligible seniors to medical appointments and things like that. That's been working well for now a year. And the other is the emergency buttons that used to be with a company called Lifeline. There's a transition taking place through Winchester Hospital. No loss of service, actually improvement in service that will take place. So that's most of the activity trust fund and moving nicely. Council on Aging met last night, and Karen, I'm sure will have an update to share also. Couple of things. Talked a lot about programs, focusing on programs using ARPA funds that have been allocated, which is great. So there's a desire to try some different things and use those funds a little bit more intensively so that the trust fund balances can kind of remain largely intact until the ARPA funds have been used. There was also a discussion last night about the recalc charter and updates, and the board received a letter about that I think this morning. So you can understand kind of some of the comments that were made there and what some of the members of the council would like to see happen. I will share a slightly further updated charge from the one that's in the packet. Not a lot of changes, but a few that I think could be helpful and I think address some of the concerns that the council had. And I shared that earlier with Caitlin, so that she'll be able to post that when the time comes. But a very active meeting, I would say, in terms of discussion and desire to make sure that the momentum continues in terms of working toward the senior center. Also a very strong interest in moving the feasibility study process forward. And I know that they were updated that probably July timeframe is likely for that, which is great. And that's my update.
Thanks, Mark. Carlo?
Sure. So the Simon's Way Exposure Committee met, was it last week? Sorry, it was last week. And Jane was there to go over the final results of the survey. Didn't really change anything at all. Even having it open that extra month didn't move the needle in any direction. And then we spent the majority of our time going over criteria, which I guess maybe Fidel could share, at some point. We did that as a group. We did it on a whiteboard and came up with a whole bunch of criteria. And the next meeting, we're gonna probably rank some of them, not all of them, because there was a lot. So we all felt comfortable with the criteria that we discussed. And that was pretty much the majority of the meeting. You know, the committee was glad that this board recharged the charge to expand our scope. So, you know, Chuck was there as well. We went over the map again and talked about the map, the colors and the acreage and what we can never touch and all that stuff like he did for us. So that was it. It was a good meeting, and next meeting is I think next week. That was it.
Chris?
Thanks, Jackie. First, I just want to mention that we had a great Memorial Day. Will put on a good job for everybody, keeping things all organized, RCTV recording it, etc. Everyone who spoke at all the various cemeteries, you know. I think we put on an excellent Memorial Day, and hopefully we can continue that next year as well. In terms of liaison stuff, the school committee ended up meeting at Medco headquarters down in Boston. Karen and I couldn't attend that meeting, but RCTV also recorded it, so there's a copy of that online. One of the other takeaways from the school committee is Principal Tracy is leaving at the end of this school year, so June 30th. And then Jess Callahan, the current director of academic achievement, was just appointed interim for the next school year until they can find a replacement and whatnot. And I believe that was it.
Thank you. Karen?
Sure, thanks. You know, I second Chris's comments. The Memorial Day ceremony was fabulous. The weather was cooperative. And all of the, well, I was at Wood End. The cemetery looked phenomenal, and I know everybody who attended really appreciated all the efforts that our veteran service officer and I don't know if it was the RMHS band who participated and other individuals who participated. It's always it's a very moving ceremony. Since our last meeting, we did conduct our annual meeting with the Burbank Ice Arena and met some of their board members. And one of the commissioners from the RMLD, Marlena Bitta, and the general manager, Greg Phipps, also attended. And a lot of action items came out of that. We will be having another follow-on meeting probably before the end of July, if I remember correctly. But one of the initial action items was for Greg Phipps to go out with his team and check out the feasibility of solar panels at the arena. And I touched in with him briefly tonight, and highly likely. So it's looking very good. Some structural parts are really strong, and he's already been in touch with one solar vendor. So that's in the works. And Fidel had also, in regularly talking with him, shared with me that going through their records, they had we learned the Ice Arena has an electric Zamboni already, and RMLD had contributed $10,000 to that purchase, so that was awesome. And also, in their walk around the facility, they noticed lighting updates and looked back at the records, and RMLD was able to contribute $5,000 to that as well. So, you know, good start on where they need to get to, and we'll learn more. The Killam School Building Committee met. I think I might have reported on this already. So what's next is for Fidel and the designee from the committee and town council to finish up with the contract and get that submitted by June 14th. So that's coming right up, and it's right on track. I did attend the MAPC annual council meeting, which was held in Boston at an arts venue, which was nice. And I understand that this was the first in-person meeting since before the pandemic. So our designee, Stephen Sullivan, was there and very engaged and fully appointed as a council member to represent us to vote on the budget. They got a healthy increase, so we're looking forward to that. The lieutenant governor spoke, and similar messages, helping folks with MBTA communities, understanding the challenges of energy retrofits and where we need to be, and also the housing, the desperate need for affordable housing. So again, reiterated that she sat in all of our seats and she hasn't forgotten, and she's there to support us. So that was really great. There were members, the mayor of Melrose was there, former mayor of Arlington spoke. He's the chair of their board now. So a lot of great networking opportunities. And so we actually belong to the North Suburban Metro Council, which is like a subdivision of the total MAPC organization. There are 8 towns: Burlington, Lynnfield, Woburn, Wakefield, Stoneham, a couple more very close to us. And Andrew McNichol has been representing us on that. And I spoke briefly to Ben Cares, and he's already attended one of these events, and he'll be attending as well. So what I'm seeing is re-engagement coming out of the pandemic, which is gonna be good. So we already do a lot with them, but I think they're gonna be even more helpful going forward. I did attend the Council on Aging last night just for a little bit, and I was interested in definitely hearing the liaison reports, feedback from SWEC and Recalc, so that was really helpful. And I would agree with you, there's a lot of energy and there's a lot of let's keep moving on this, so that's great. The other opportunity I had was to join the coalition, their first walk at Matera Cabin. None of them had been up there, so they were pretty excited to see the cabin itself and could see hosting additional programming up there. We took a walk, focused on mindfulness on the property, and they'll be scheduling others, so that was a lot of fun. It was great that they did that. And I think that's it, thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Just a few updates from Beacon Hill. Fidel gave the board an update on some of the town's home rule petitions. Looks like they're making slow but steady process in the legislature. The legislature will include our petition to increase the size of the Board of Health to avoid quorum issues as part of their hearings on June 20th. And then the Housing Committee, Joint Committee on Housing in the legislature, will hear our petition to abolish the previous Affordable Housing Trust Fund and convert it into a new one that, as approved by town meeting. That hearing is on June 26th. And there was an article actually, I think last week in the Globe, about how this legislature has been historically slow in starting their work, and how the legislature now relies a lot more on these kind of big combination bills and must-pass bills like a budget instead of passing individual bills quite as often. And I that doesn't certainly help us with the things that we want to do with the Board of Health and the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, but it does, I think, put in perspective why some of these things are slower than we would like them to be. So perhaps when we bring in the delegation at the end of the summer, beginning of the fall, we can talk to them a bit more about hopefully some progress on both. Chris and I are interviewing incumbents on boards, committees, and commissions who want to renew their positions that expire at the end of this month. Last week, Chris and I interviewed 17 volunteers in less than 3 hours, and I think, I don't want to speak for Chris, but I think I can say we were both really impressed with the years of service and the enthusiasm for volunteering and the really impressive subject matter expertise across the board. And so we'll be meeting with other volunteers next week, and for those who are watching, we certainly still have a lot of opportunities for getting active on boards and committees, so check the town website for that current list. Also, we found out, I think since our last meeting, that RMLD Board of Commissioner member John Stempeck submitted his resignation. And so I know that the Board of Commissioners meets tomorrow to hopefully approve a posting, a vacancy posting. That'll be posted as required by the charter for a minimum of 15 days. And it looks like this board and the RMLD Board of Commissioners will meet jointly. We're looking at the last week in June to make an appointment. So definitely encourage people who are interested to get their name in, and also want to thank Mr. Stempeck for his years of service. John was actually the first elected official I met in Reading, and had, I think, again, a wonderful record of service to the town. So thank you, John. And just some upcoming events to remind people about. Our Town Day, otherwise known as Friends and Family Day, is this coming Saturday on June 10th from 10:30 to 3. Thank you to the Lions and all the other sponsors we hope for good weather. And then 1 week from this Saturday will be the town's Pride celebration and parade. That'll be Saturday, June 17th. And so with that, Fidel, town manager report.
Thank you. Yeah, I wanted to report on those events. So June 10th is this Saturday. The Pride celebration is June 17th, and Juneteenth is on June 24th. And Juneteenth is going to be a lot of fun. It's we've got a lot of beer providers actually coming, some food trucks, some music. It's gonna be a fun community event. I updated the board that the community one-stop for growth program had a deadline for grants. We submitted 5 grants for a total of $2.8 million, which is impressive. Obviously, all competitive grants. We're not guaranteed to get them. We are in the process of evaluating one more grant, and that one is due in July. It is a park grant, a PARC grant, and that would be to fund some of the work that is going on in at the Birch Meadow Complex. As Select Board Member Herrick said, the Killam School process is going extremely well. The next big milestone is the selection and contracting of an owner's project manager. We have made that selection. It is a firm called Terva, 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 and we are feeling pretty good about contract negotiations with them. The MSBA has to formally vote and approve that contract. They are doing that in their meeting on July 10th, and once that is done, then we will proceed to a designer selection process, and all leading to the ultimate construction of the Killam School. I just wanted to say thank you to the staff and to the board. I'm in a 3-week intensive program at the Kennedy School in Harvard at the moment. So drinking a little bit from the fire hose, but it is a great experience, and I hope to bring back a lot of great ideas. So thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mike.
I'm wearing an assistive device. Bob, can I ask you to try speaking? I wanted to share with the public that we've had a number of concerns that you can't really hear very well in this room, particularly if you're sitting in the back. And we're looking for some long-term solutions, which apparently are longer term than we thought. So we're looking for some shorter term solutions. So Bob, can we're gonna just try if we could for a second here.
Yeah, it is much easier to hear you guys through this than it is just sitting here.
Oh, good.
So I have to turn it on in order for it to work.
Yeah.
Okay, can you try that again, Bob?
It's much easier to hear you guys through this.
That's really fun.
We have a little bit more work to do on this system. I hear myself better than I hear
Sorry.
you.
Technical difficulties. Okay.
Thank you. Anyway, we're working on a solution.
Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
I just want to mention that today, I think we should acknowledge, today is the 79th anniversary of D-Day. Today, June 6th, 1944. And, I'm not going to recite the famous line, but we all know it. And I think we should acknowledge that as a board.
Thanks, Carl. Okay, well, we're a few minutes early for the 7:30 p.m. hearing on the Meadowbrook license. So, is the,
It was posted for 7.
oh, I guess we can,
They're all
oh, it was
posted for
posted, okay, I wasn't sure if it was set on the time on our agenda. Okay, so then, will you, Ms. Secretary, please read the item?
Sure. To the inhabitants of the town of Reading, please take notice that the Select Board of the town of Reading will hold a public hearing on June 6, 2023 at 7 p.m. in the Select Board Meeting Room, 16 Lowell Street, Reading, Massachusetts, and remotely via Zoom to act on an alteration of premises request for an annual all alcohol club license for Meadowbrook Golf Club Corporation of Reading, Mass, DBA Meadowbrook Golf Club at 292 Grove Street, Reading, Mass. A copy of the proposed documents regarding these topics will be in the select board packet on the website at www.readingmass.gov. All interested parties are invited to attend the hearing or may submit their comments in writing or by email prior to 4 p.m. on June 6, 2023 to townmanager@ci.reading.ma.us by order of Fidel Maltese, Town Manager.
Thanks, Karen. And do I have a motion to open the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, Karen moved and Mark seconded. All those in favor? Raise your hand. Opposed? We're 5-0. Okay. Is there a presentation?
There is, so Ron, yeah, you wanna come up?
Good evening. Thank you for taking the time to hear this. My name's Ron. I'm the manager at Meadowbrook. Previously, I was the manager at Ferncroft in Middleton and Oakland Country Club in Watertown. As you know, the club does fill out or request one-day license several times a year at the pool. And in discussions, the club wanted to put this application forth to make it a permanent change to the license so that we could serve at the pool all summer long from Memorial Day through Labor Day. It's more, people belong to Meadowbrook and other country clubs I'm familiar with. That's what they do. That's their disposable income. They're at the club a lot during the summer. So it's not about revenues or increasing business. It's more about an amenity for the membership of the club.
Thank you,
So
Mr.
that's pretty much the reasoning for putting it forth.
Okay. And so before we go to questions from the board, do we have any members of the public, either in person or on Zoom, who would like to speak? Yes, sir.
Good evening, members. For the record, Attorney Stephen Ciccatelli, representing Nicholas J. Bonanno, who was the direct abutter across the street at 283 Grove Street. I'm not sure if the board is aware of the entire history, but several years ago, an application was filed, obviously, to raise the existing clubhouse building and build the new building. There was a public hearing before the CPDC. My client raised several concerns, as did other residential abutters, really relating to noise, traffic, impact, et cetera. There were some conditions that were stipulated to by the applicant. However, the CPDC chose not to include those in the decision, unfortunately. My client filed an appeal with the land court. The case was remanded back to the CPDC. Conditions were agreed upon and incorporated in the CPDC decision. It was rather specific as to hours of operation, where liquor could be served, where food could be served. The outdoor terrace was at the rear of the building. The building was slightly skewed so that any noise would be generated towards the golf course, not the residential abutters. The west pool porch was to be closed at 3 p.m. for that same reason. The rear outdoor terrace, again, there were strict hours of operation. After 8:30, only 25 people could be on the deck. No alcoholic beverage service, food service, simply for people to enjoy the fresh air. The proposed expansion is actually for the pool area, which is directly across the street from my client. There have been a few one-day licenses that have been granted. There's been a great deal of noise. Speakers were actually set up at the pool facing my client's property. My client did not contact the police department, did not contact the building department. He actually contacted Mr. Rice, who was very responsive. The issue is the purpose of, maybe if you can hand out that email, the purpose of the application was to basically restrict, again, hours of operation where alcohol could be served on outdoor areas, having the alcohol and food served primarily within the building. And it was all to reduce noise, and unfortunately, there is a correlation with liquor service and noise in some cases. The email that my client has just presented to you was actually submitted to this board when the original liquor license was granted by Attorney Brian McGrail, very competent attorney who represented Meadowbrook. And this was after the discussions with me and my client. And this was a motion submitted to the prior, at the request of the prior town manager so that the board could use it. And if you notice at the end, it states, and also subject, however, to any terms and conditions of the CPDC site plan review approval decision. The board as licensing authority, and I'm not sure if you do this in every case, but you have to make sure that the use is either allowed or permitted. I don't know if the building inspector is involved or not in these types of matters. But for the same reason, this board would not issue a common victuals license, an all-alcoholic beverage license for a 200-seat restaurant in a residential area because it's not allowed, is the reason why you should not issue it in this case. Because the agreement after the land court litigation, the CPDC approval, clearly restricted alcohol service to certain areas within the building and maybe only one area outside the building. And unfortunately, the use in the pool area, particularly given the kiddie pool and the proximity to my client across the street, is not allowed. It is not permitted by the CPDC approval. I think what's happening here is you have an application and respectfully, you have the applicant trying to make an end run around the approval and asking you as liquor licensing authority to expand that which is granted in the CPDC decision, and that's not appropriate. Conservation approval, Board of Appeals approval, CPDC approval. You can obviously, as a licensing authority, have additional requirements, hours of operation, et cetera, but you cannot license something that is not allowed or permitted. So I would respectfully request that the board either deny the application or allow the applicant to withdraw it. What should happen is the applicant should meet with the neighbors, involve their counsel, and then perhaps go back to the CPDC and ask them to amend and revise their decision. And then at that point, again, it's still up to this board to issue a license or not with various restrictions. But this decision does not allow or permit the use or the service of alcoholic beverages in this pool area. Again, those uses were restricted to the rear of the building and within the building, basically by agreement of the parties. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure, go ahead, Fidel.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna ask Caitlin if there are any members of the public who would like to comment in the public hearings that are on Zoom?
There is no one online, nope.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. Thank you for those comments, and obviously, I'm not advocating for the applicant by any means, but this comment was brought up to us ahead of time, and I reached out to our planning director, Andrew McNichol, and I asked him essentially to look into that decision, essentially from CPDC, and I'll just read his email, and basically what he stated is that there does not appear to be a condition limiting the service of alcohol in the pool area, though I would note that there is a maximum seating of 20 seats and the hours of operation for certain uses. In particular, no outdoor alcohol service after 8:30 p.m. And those findings are detailed in findings 13 and 15 of that decision. So what I'm understanding from Andrew's email is that it's not that alcohol is not permitted in the pool area. It is that it is restricted on the number of hours. So essentially, no outdoor alcohol service after 8:30 p.m. And of course, a maximum seating of 20 seats.
Let's see, Mr. Rice, yeah, it might be helpful to bring you back up and ask you some additional questions, please. So we're looking in our packet and we don't have this approval decision, and so we're just hearing this, and I guess I would ask in the amendment that we see starting on page 5 of the application, are there any, or in the previous liquor license for Meadowbrook, are there any hours or capacity restrictions?
Page 5 of the application, I'm sorry.
So what I'm seeing in the select board packets is the amendment, Meadowbrook's amendment, which begins at page 5. I'm asking for,
So my understanding of the decision was these areas that have been described are specific to the new clubhouse. The pool area was named the pool area, which is part of the new clubhouse. The 20 seats that was mentioned in the approval was more about that new building, not really about the pool area at all. It does mention the word pool. The pool porch, which is a part of the clubhouse. It's not, doesn't really speak to the pool area.
What is your intention in terms of alcohol service, in terms of hours?
It would be much less than the clubhouse hours for sure. The pool closes by 7:30, 8 o'clock at night. So we see hours being from 11:30 to 7. Monday through Friday, noon to 7 on the weekends. So it would be less than what's actually in that agreement as far as the clubhouse is concerned.
and Fidel, what are we seeing on the screen right now? Is this from the CPDC's?
That is, yes.
Okay,
Yes. Which speaks all about the new clubhouse that was built.
And this is what Andrew essentially was pointing to, that the in his opinion, the restriction was on alcohol service, outdoor alcohol service, and it is very clear that no alcohol service shall take place after 8:30 p.m.
That would not, you're correct, it would be 7 o'clock for the pool area, absolutely.
Madam Chairperson, if I may, with all due respect
Can
to.
you- just, we gotta make sure the owl gets you. It's okay.
With all due respect to Andrew, you have and this is a copy of the decision, if you would like it, but these are very specific requirements as to the areas, the only areas where outdoor service of alcohol or food was allowed. If you follow the logic that Andrew is proposing, you could basically set up tents and alcohol service all over the golf course, because it's not specifically prohibited in the decision. These are the only areas where alcohol service and food service are allowed. And I can't explain to you how detailed this is. It even talks about the south end of the west pool porch to be enclosed with a Lexan type material. Because again, any area where food or alcohol would be served either had to be enclosed within the building, or in this case on the porch with Lexan, or if it was in the rear terrace subject to these restrictions, there was no contemplation whatsoever that there be liquor service anywhere else on this property. And again, to take an alternative position, you're basically saying the entire property can be used for alcohol and food service, and that is not what the CPDC intended. It certainly was not when we had the settlement agreement on the land court litigation, what the parties intended, and I believe that's why Brian McGrail, as the attorney for the applicant, gave you the language for that motion, that any liquor license that will be granted had to comply with the terms of the decision, which includes a site plan. On the site plan, any area where food would be served or there would be seating was shown on the site plan. All that was shown on the site plan in the pool area was a pool deck and a kiddie pool. That's it. There's no seating. There's to be no service of alcohol. That was never, ever intended. Again, I don't know how you could interpret the decision otherwise. Otherwise, the club would have carte blanche to just increase seating, which would increase noise. And again, that was the reason why we filed the litigation, and the reason why the CPDC amended their decision. The applicant now is trying to expand upon the areas within which alcohol can be served by virtue of licensing. And licensing cannot expand upon that which is granted in terms of a zoning approval or a special permit, respectfully.
questions from board members?
So Brian McGrail, who's the club counsel, who's been referred to several times, he had an appointment in Linfield tonight and could not be here. He can probably answer directly more to the things that are being brought up here regarding the decision in his email and stuff. I don't want to put words in his mouth. I think he should represent himself. So if this is something to be continued to next month, maybe that would be a good idea. So that he could be here to answer some of these things. Thank you.
Sure, so Carlo, yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So I read, what number was that? The noise, it was what
It's up.
what the attorney referred to. No, that's not, well, if you go scroll, where it refers to Lexan, is the Lexan installed or planning to be installed that he mentioned?
That's part of the new clubhouse that is installed and it's there.
So it is there. So
Because I was just using that, no, that's been installed, but just
Okay.
as an example, that was an outdoor porch on the new clubhouse that was much farther away from my client's property, but there was a stipulation to install Lexan because of noise. Now you have the pool area, which is directly across, so clearly the intent wasn't to have an outdoor activity. The service of alcohol in the outdoors, which would cause even more noise. I was just using that as an example of how specific. So any areas where food or alcohol would be served, there were precautions taken to limit noise. There's no way to take those precautions.
So that Lexan enclosed area is not the pool porch?
Oh, no, it's part of the new clubhouse.
Not the pool, okay.
The pool porch is.
If I could just maybe clarify a little bit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Please introduce yourself, thank you.
Nicholas Bonanno, 283 Grove Street. Just some clarity, the old clubhouse had one small outdoor deck that was right along Grove Street. The club, I lived there 41 years. The club's alcohol license always restricted the serving and consuming of alcohol indoors inside the clubhouse. It was never allowed outside until about 12 years ago. They allowed it on the deck, the small deck on along Grove Street of the old clubhouse, and there was always a lot of noise from that. So when the new clubhouse was built, a lot of contention amongst the neighborhood, myself included, obviously, to try to mitigate the noise. Obviously, it's a club; they would need to do what they need to do. I have to say, I was a member for 35 years. I also served on the board a couple of terms. So the club wanted to have alcohol service specifically for pool and tennis members, and they pushed for the second outdoor space attached to the new clubhouse, and that was going to satisfy what the pool and tennis members needed for their alcohol service and light food. And so that was allowed, and some noise mitigation was incorporated, such as the Lexan, and that was it. There was no expectation that they would ever seek to serve alcohol around the pool and tennis area, because they were never allowed to do that to begin with. And then they had the second outdoor space specifically for pool and tennis. So I'm really kind of dumbfounded as to why it now needs to continue to migrate and expand. But it's not like the members aren't getting some amenities. They're getting more amenities today than they've ever had, which is fine. Everything was agreed to. And so from the legal standpoint, Steve can say more than I can, but I just wanted to clarify that there's 2 outdoor spaces on the new clubhouse. One was specifically added to serve the pool and tennis members, and that was per the club. That's what they wanted, and we were able to work that in for them. Okay, thank you.
Chris?
Thanks, Sharkey. To me, this doesn't seem as if it's the everyone says yes in 5 seconds kind of decision, especially after hearing the back and forth here. For me, there's no way that I can just vote on this, especially with him saying delay it until next time or whatever. I mean, it's just way more involved. There's like 14 pages that you can pigeonhole anything that you want in here. They went to land court, won, and then got it reversed. Like, this isn't just let's go ahead and do it. So I'd like to see maybe they can work something out offline or something, come back, but I can't vote on this.
Mark?
Thanks, Jackie. Mr. Bernardo and your attorney, I'm sorry, your last name was?
Bonanno.
Bonanno, sorry. And your name?
Chickatelli.
Chickatelli, sorry. You had mentioned something about potentially a meeting with the neighbors Has any sort of meeting taken place already?
No, what I said was if my client did not receive notice of this public hearing, thank you for that, he wouldn't have known that this expansion was in the cards. So we're quite frankly not very happy that the club did not contact the neighbors first to discuss this. And in my opinion, what should happen is if this is something they wanna do, they should talk it over with the neighbors. We should meet with Andrew, go back to the CPDC and amend their decision and include this area and allow for service of alcohol, then it's properly put before you. But again, that never happened, no.
And
I'm
there
not
hasn't been
suggesting,
any-
I'm just saying it never happened.
So to Chris's point, kind of further, it kind of feels like that it would make sense to have a discussion. The processes you outlined would most likely miss the entire season this year if we were to kind of proceed that way. I'm wondering if a discussion might produce an agreement, at least on a temporary basis, and a more formal process to follow. But it does sound like it would make sense to wait at least, one meeting from here. But I would encourage the parties to chat. See maybe if that can help here a little bit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a few clarifying questions, and I think in general as well, I would be hesitant to render a decision this evening, not having any understanding that you would be bringing this concern forward. And I'm also mindful of the season, and I would love it if we could minimize that delay and also make a good decision. A couple clarifying questions. So I'm looking at your website where they show the new club. So I see off to the right, there's some sort of window area. Is that the second porch area that is being discussed? Sorry, I'm looking behind you, Mr. Rice.
Yes, the side entrance, there's a little porch to the right, yes.
Okay, so I'm not a member, but my understanding is that the pool is a good 2 or 3 minute stroll away. It's completely detached from the club. It's not in any way attached to it. Okay, and then I understand that there's another porch back there, which is, good for mitigating noise. So yeah, I would personally wanna have a better understanding of this decision that dates back to 2018, which was before the new club was really planned, I think.
It authorized the new construction of the new club.
Oh, okay, so it's gone for a while. Okay, the other question I wanted to ask is, what time do we allow the serving of alcohol in town, anywhere in town now?
I think it depends on the location.
Okay.
But I don't recall offhand. But
The reason I say this is
It's after
because
8:30 PM, for sure.
it's what?
It is after 8:30 PM,
Oh,
for
okay,
sure.
okay. I wanna be mindful to, I think there's some restaurants in town that have maybe wanted to serve alcoholic beverages before noon and their licenses do not allow it. So I wanna be careful about authorizing one entity if we've not authorized any other entity to start service on a Sunday or Saturday. So I think we would just wanna be in sync and thank you for sharing your plans with us. Those are my concerns at this point. Thank you.
So do we need to close the public hearing or should we
I would say that we continue it. Vote to continue until June 20th.
without prejudice?
Same, right?
Continue it without prejudice, I think is the way CPDC does it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think, to Mark's point, we know, summer's here, so, and, Mr. Rice, if your council, and, Mr. Ciccatelli, can make best efforts to, try to come to some agreement, but, just as a guidepost, we're meeting again 2 weeks from tonight, so June 20th. And, we can continue the public hearing till that time. I agree with Chris and Karen that the information that we received about the conditions of the most recent site plan or the most recent site plan approvals are not something we have, we're given it now, but I think we need a little more info on how this impacts this request, so. Okay, so I move, do we have a motion to continue this hearing to June 20th? So moved. Okay, thank you, Karen, seconded by Mark. All those in favor, raise your hand. Opposed? Okay, so we're 5-0 and this public hearing will be continued until Tuesday, June 20th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's some people that are still in the room. I just would encourage the parties maybe to sit down and speak a little bit.
Thanks. Go ahead, Chris.
Thanks, Jay. So are the current hours there 8 AM to 2 AM or noon to 1 AM for alcohol? Because I know like
I think,
Public Kitchen can't serve alcohol, I
can
think
we
the
still
limit's
talk
like
about
10.
this after? Like,
I'm just
are we-
gonna clarify.
So the public hearing is continued, but we're still on
Okay,
the
yeah,
the subject matter.
okay. Go ahead.
So what time is this license? Cause like this email says it's like 1 in the morning. But I know businesses can't,
This email is from 2022. This was the motion that was approved by the board in February, basically of 2022, for the previous, for liquor sales in the clubhouse.
until 1 in the morning.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. You recall, Caitlin? But
Yeah, so they're under, Meadowbrook is under a club license, and club licenses have different hour restrictions than restaurant licenses. Restaurants have to stop serving at midnight.
And what time can they start?
when can they start, Caitlin? What time can they start?
Restaurants can, Monday through Saturday, they can start at 11 a.m. Sunday is noon time.
Sundays.
And clubhouses can start at 8 AM?
Yes.
Okey dokey.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for clarifying that, cause
Thanks, Caitlin.
Thanks for treat that, thanks for treat.
thanks for treat, 8 AM. I'll bring the lotion.
Okay, well, we are continued to the 20th, so next item is a discussion and a vote to authorize debt related to 3 projects: Auburn Street Water Tank, Wyatt Soames Morgan Conservation Area, and Haven Street. So, presentation, I think, from Diane? Yes. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. For those of you that do not know who I am Diane Morabito, the new treasurer for the town. I am here to request an approval for 3 borrowings, which will be consolidated into 1 general obligation bond issuance used to fund 3 projects: the Haven Street roadway design, the Millette, Soames, and Morgan stormwater system, and the Auburn water tank. The initial borrowing authorized previously at town meeting for these projects was total $3,750,000. However, the actual borrowing will be reduced to $3,555,000 due to the premium we received. The bond will be issued with a 5% coupon rate. However, once the premium is factored into the issue, the overall true interest cost to the town will be 3.25%, which is very low. I want to take a moment to mention that the municipalities, most municipalities are being quoted at rates of 4% or higher for long-term issuances. But because we were assigned, due to the town's stability and strong financial position, we were assigned a AAA bond rating, which is the highest long-term rating attainable, which allowed us to secure the lowest rate possible, which is incredible. The bond issuance in its entirety will mature in 20 years. The bond issuance is to fund the 3 projects previously mentioned, which have various maturity dates. The breakdown of the bond issuance totaling $3,555,000 is as follows: $730,000 for the Haven Street roadway design, which will be amortized over 5 years. $925,000 for the Millette, Soames, and Morgan stormwater system, which will be amortized over 10 years, and $1,900,000 for the Auburn water tank replacement bonds, which will be amortized over 20 years. Just to note, this is the band that will be expiring on August 10th that we're rolling into this issuance. Our financial advisors and bond counsel and myself have reviewed all these documents. There's about 26, 28 documents that need approval, signature. Any questions?
Yes, Mark.
Yes, Mark?
One request, one question. Request would be, when you've got multiple things and it's complicated, could you give us a 1-page that just shows, okay, here's the water tower, here's the At Soames, 10 years, here's the third piece, 5 years, just to make it easiest for us to digest. And then my question is, so I understand the amount starts, the full amount for 5 years, gets smaller.
Mhm.
Why the balloon payment at the back on 2042?
That's, so basically, the deal is structured by the winning underwriter of the bid. And they basically make the decision on how to structure the the bond so that way it is an attractive investment vehicle for resale. So that is the way that they structured it.
Okay, and then the floating interest rate, it goes down and it goes up.
Are you referring to the coupon? Yeah, that's also,
It's called here as
structured,
interest rate at the back, but yeah,
uh,
on that page.
on the voting. Okay, hold on.
So it's page,
33.
is it 30? I don't see numbers, sorry.
I think it's 33. I know, I didn't see numbers.
2 pages before the water and sewer stuff. So it's front page, I think, Diane,
Yeah.
as you're seeing it.
Page 33 of the packet?
Yeah, page 3.
It's the front page of what you're holding.
Oh, it is, yeah. Yes, these are just the coupon rates.
This is all the underwriter
Right, so at the end of the
structuring
day,
with it.
yeah, right, exactly, so at the end of the day, our rate is gonna be 3.25%, and I actually made copies of the sources and uses, so just so you get a little bit more of a explanation as to how it will be funded in terms of how the premium is factored in. I'll provide some further clarification. And I apologize for not providing this in the packet. We didn't receive the packet until yesterday, mid-afternoon. So we had to quickly read through it all and have lots of discussions.
Okay, thank you, I just have my questions.
Other board members, questions? Yes, Karen?
And so I know you said those are coupon rates. How many bonds are we issuing? Are those all individual bonds? Is that how we
Yes.
structured it? That's, okay.
It's just so it's market, because they can resell them in denominations of $5,000, so they could package them the way that they want them. So they could do a few bonds, a couple years worth of bonds, however they want to package them. So it just makes it more marketable. We actually received 6 bids, competitive bids, which was within 1/100th of a percent basis point, so we're in demand. So,
and these can be refinanced,
yes, after,
rates go down.
yes.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think it's after 10 years, it can be refinanced, we have to wait 10 years.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Are we ready for a vote?
So, this is pretty lengthy. Does the board have, a feeling as to how much we would like to read of this?
You can dispense with the reading if you'd like.
Are there any okay to dispense with the reading of this? Do we need a motion?
Yeah.
Motion to dispense with the reading of the vote of the select board on the bond issuance.
Thanks, Karen. Do we have a second? Thanks, Mark. Okay. All those in favor of dispensing with the reading? Opposed? We're 5-0 on dispensing with the reading.
So, okay, so what kind of a motion do we need?
Can I just confirm that this is exactly what we have in the packet? What we didn't read is exactly what we have in the packet.
Yeah,
Yes.
you'll see it.
Yeah.
We'll buzz it around.
Sorry.
And so is there a motion to authorize the debt as proposed in the motion for the Auburn water tank replacement, the Myatt, Soames and Morgan stormwater systems and the Haven Street roadway design?
So moved.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Chris. All those in favor? Opposed? We're 5-0. Thank you. And we have a lot to sign. Thank you.
Laura prefers a black pen, so I brought black pens for everyone. Okay, interesting.
Do you need this minute or should we do this later or we do this now?
It's you.
It's up to you. It's a lot of
Well, it's
signing.
28, that's a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can leave them with you,
Yeah, why don't we
and
do that?
then you can give them to someone.
Take them today.
He's trustworthy.
I know, I hope so. Just kidding.
We're gonna have million, absolutely.
I'll be collecting.
All the pages are tagged, so
Yep.
you don't have to.
Got it.
Black pen. All right, thank you, Diana. Okay, so next item on the agenda is discussion and vote on fiscal year 2024 water and sewer rates. So just as an update, in the last couple of weeks since we talked about this at our meeting on May 23rd, there was a public forum held in this room last week. And we heard from, we went through, with Fidel's guidance, the basics of the different tier proposals, the initial proposal we heard on March 9th, the requested or the reduction that it impacted tier 4 in particular that we saw on May 9th, and then the compressed tiers that I had requested and that we saw on May 23rd. We also heard some concerns from additional trustees of multifamily units regarding the impact of the tier structure on multifamily housing's water bills. And we had, I think, heard from additional folks about that. So I think at this point, I'd like to turn it over to Fidel to just provide a little bit more data on multifamily and also on a newer proposal.
Thank you. So I wanted to start with maybe just doing a very, very quick breeze through the presentation that we did for the public forum, and again, just to right set, I guess, what we're talking about. So the budget hasn't changed, obviously. That has been approved by town meeting. So water and sewer and enterprise budgets have not changed. We talked about in the forum that a year ago, we talked about other cities and towns that have been looking at tiered rates. Our neighbor, Wakefield, implemented it 2 years ago, and I presented what the rates are. Each community does it differently. What Wakefield did is they had 4 tiers, and you can see what is the tiers that they chose. Which oddly enough, it kind of lining a little bit more to what we at least presented on May 23rd. So just, I won't go through a lot of these, in fact, I will scroll to the last question, which is essentially, we got a concern about condo units, I'll say. So what? Since then, I shared with the select board the breakdown of units in town. This is just a snapshot. It obviously shows this is from the assessor's list, and I spoke to a few of the members of Postmark and just shared basically the complexity in dealing with it. We don't necessarily track what happens inside the property, inside the building, and some of these, for example, vary quite a bit. So what we did is we tried to take a little bit of a more granular approach in terms of looking at the buildings, and we can spend as little or as long a time as the board would like, but what you'll see is that it varies a lot by property, right? So that there is it's hard to implement a one size fits all solution, if you will. Some properties are as little as 8. Some properties are as big as 68, as you'll see here, and it is just in our limitation is our software and the ability of our staff to essentially do this in a way that is not cumbersome or labor intensive. So what we did is we tried to essentially pool, two typical water bills. So this one is at the Postmark, and for full transparency, I did share this with the folks that emailed about the concern. So what I did is I took the last water and sewer bill from said building that I emailed, and I used our tool essentially to plug that into our tool, right? Sorry, not sharing anymore.
Thank you.
Not sharing anymore. Okay. Let me backtrack since I was not sharing. So what I was trying to share was basically a spreadsheet that shows the breakdown of units, condo units in town. So it is basically taking that spreadsheet that had the units, and basically what we did is we pulled by address. And the point that I was making earlier is that it is a little hard to do a one size fits all solution because all the buildings are different. What our water and sewer team said is that they are aware that at least one building has sub-meters, and that the sub-meters are in place, and that is Archstone. So they are aware that Archstone has some meters in place, and they are being used by the property to assess water usage. But unfortunately, it is not something that we track on our side.
How many units is Archstone?
So Archstone is 192 units.
Okay.
192 units.
Good.
Yeah, and as you can see, they vary quite significantly. Some as big as 68, others are 12 units. Some are, it varies. So it is really hard to do a one size fits all solution. The property that I'll speak about in a minute is Postmark, which is this location that has 52 units. So what I did is I pulled the water bill for Postmark. And as I shared at the public forum and at the previous select board meeting, on our website, there's a tool, an Excel spreadsheet that we developed that can be used to basically project what the usage would be. So essentially, all you have to do is you put in that water usage, that quarterly usage. That quarterly usage is translated to the water bill that I just showed you. All right, and we put it into the spreadsheet, and it spits out what the water bill is by water, sewer, total charge, and it would show you what it is, what the new charge would be with tiered rates as presented on May 23rd, as well as what it would be with a single tier as presented on May 23rd as well. And what you'll see here is that with tiered rates, the water sewer bill would go up by $678 per quarter. So $678 per quarter, and doing a translation on the number of units, it would be $12.80 per unit per quarter. But of course, we have to compare that with what it would be by just keeping the single tiered rate, which is $4.26. So the rate per unit per quarter. So basically, the net increase would be $8 per unit per quarter. What I also did is we pulled the water bill for Artis. So Artis is a similar concern that was raised previously, and I'll just walk you through exactly the same scenario where Artis taking their last water bill and putting it in our fancy tool. It just shows you that their bill would go up by $553 per quarter. And of course, again, you can't compare that with zero. So we compare it with what it would be with a single tiered rate. Okay. The last thing that I'll share with the board is that in some conversations with Select Board Member Doxer, we had the idea essentially of what if we were to provide an option that was further compressed, and that is the option that is on the screen right now, it was essentially creating tiers 1 and tier 2 at the same rate, tier 3 at a in between rate, and then tier 4s and tier 5s at a higher rate, the highest rate. So essentially, what that is doing is condensing what the difference would be from tier 1 to tier 5. Again, the similar to the proposal on June 23rd, I would argue that it's a way to mitigate the impact from tier 1 to tier 5, or the spread, if you will, and just to reiterate to the board that we kept our same revenue goals. So basically a 2.7% increase in water and a 0.7% increase in sewer, because we are in good shape, in my opinion, in sewer. So taking that approach, the June 6th proposal, as we're calling it, this is what it would be for differences. So as you can see, just everything is closer together, right? So you'll see that in the low-end user, obviously it compresses, but on the very large commercial user, it also compresses. Same for water and sewer. All right, and what that does is that brings up a similar chart to what we presented last time, which essentially takes the water and sewer rates and provides a view of what it would be for the average residential user. That's all I got.
Thank you, Fidel. Comments or questions from the board? Yes, Carlo.
Thank you, Jackie. As much work as we've done with the public forum, as much work as Fidel has done, and whoever else was helping behind the scenes, I think the past several weeks, we've been kind of chasing our tail. You know, we get an email, we react. We put in the big buildings, we get those yesterday or the day before. We get Mark's proposal, which we probably shouldn't have gotten, right? Because that's what Mark came up with in his mind ahead of time. So, and the one size fits all, let's just keep the single tier rates. If this is what we come up with, it's kind of laughable after months and months of discussion. And so I'm not saying let's scrap everything and start over, but we've been constantly kept playing catch up when it would have been helpful. And again, you know, this is new for us, this tiered system for this board in this town, is that we kept on, okay, now we react. We have the public forum, now we react again. So, you know, this is much better than the May 23rd proposal, or the god-awful first proposal that I never would have approved, 14% on the high end. This is much better, but if you look at that screen, there's virtually no difference from single tier rates to this. So there is a one-size-fits-all method. We currently have it. I'm not against a tiered rate system, but I think we did a disservice to the town in this process. I'm not blaming anyone, but I think this could have went much better. And, you know, I blame myself as well. So I'll be interested in what the rest of the board says, but I think we're at square one again. And, you know, and I'll make some other, I'll add some other things to make our rates even lower this year. And again, this is just for this year, right? We're doing this again next year. If we stay with single, get more data, you know, Fidel's already done a lot of it. We should have had that in the packet and had a public forum with all that information, not just this knee-jerk reactions and going off one person's email from a building. Not that it wasn't worthy and it made a lot of sense, but how come we didn't get emails from all the other buildings? Or how many, you know, if I go by the electorate, which I kind of do as far as who's paying attention in town, minimum 75% of the town doesn't even know we're doing this, let alone cares, right? But when they get their bill, maybe they will care. Maybe they'll have an aha moment like, what the heck is this? Oh, by the way, your select board sets rates every year if you didn't know. So, you know, that's just part of the process. So for the 20+% that vote in local elections and pay attention to the town and what we do and what the town staff does, you know, that's good. They're engaged. But it's my 2 cents for now, and then we'll discuss what we're gonna do. But I think we should just, we accomplished not much right now.
Mark?
Thanks, Jackie. First of all, thanks for doing all of the gymnastics and things that were going on here. I actually think that we learned a lot. I think that this 3 tiers only, my conclusion, I requested to see it, my conclusion is similar to yours, it's too small, it's not really doing enough. And I actually harken back now to the May 23rd as probably the one that makes the most sense. I think a couple of things are striking me in terms of what's going on. You know, the initial reason for looking at this, part of it was something of a legal requirement, part of it was to see if there are ways to encourage conservation. Part of it was to offer preference to smaller family units wherever we could. And I appreciate that some of them aren't necessarily single family anymore, but we know that 70-something percent, 71% or so are single family units. I think I've heard from a number of folks who don't understand this idea that you don't fall into a tier and that's your exclusive rate. That literally the first 500 units are at the lowest rate, then the next 500 units are at the next rate. So what's really happening is it's only at the margin that you would be in one of these higher tiers if you were a larger concern. And I think that if you have too few of these tiers, there isn't as much of the conservation as I think makes sense and would be helpful. I also think that what this highlighted to me is that there are some other buildings in town that we need to deal with. There isn't a simple way to do it. There isn't a tiered rate structure that's going to deal with that. We need a different set of incentives for those groups because they're the largest users in town, and it would make sense to find ways to help them to conserve. And probably those involve some type of monetary incentive of some sort, which we certainly aren't going to have figured out tonight. But I think we need to do both. Again, I think that 3 was interesting to see how little it did, and I think it's not really accomplishing enough. I think that 4 tiers, which is May 23rd, is kind of a reasonable balance of what's going on. The other thing for me that was really important was seeing that the difference in a bill, even at let's say downtown at Postmark, is about $8 a quarter. That's the real difference between what would happen otherwise. So I appreciate it's more. I don't think it's meaningfully more. I mean, it's $32 a year. I'm not quick to throw out money, but it's not as if there's a suddenly hundreds of dollars difference per user panic. I don't think that that's the case. I think we can accomplish a lot. It isn't perfect. I don't see us finding perfect if we were to say, oh, let's wait and learn more. I don't think it's there. I don't see that other communities have found other better ways, if better is the right word. I think that this is kind of our chance to get started. I think we make a wide enough band that there are some incentives built in. I think that we assign a task to someone to think about how do we encourage conservation in some of the larger buildings? How do we use sub-meters? What can be done there? It's not kind of a, sorry, see ya. But I don't think a rate structure is going to help that. I don't see how it's gonna do it, and I don't see anybody else that's figured it out either. So I appreciate that it was a lot of gymnastics. I think I learned in the process. I think whatever we do, we will not be perfect. I think if we can satisfy a large number of the needs and kind of achieve our goals related to legal conservation, preference to smaller family units, then we've done a good job. And I'm finding myself supporting this May 23rd? Is that the right date? Packet. Yeah, May 23rd proposal.
Thanks, Mark. Other comments, questions? Yes, Chris.
Thanks, Jackie. I'll try to be brief. I'm just gonna say, Mark, to sit here and listen to you mention the increase of $8 a person and whatnot that was just proposed with Postmark or anybody else, and just to say that it's $8 a person, at the same time with me wanting the second water meter and saying it's $1.50 a person, and there is an issue with that, with the $1.50, but the $8 is no big deal. I don't even know where to begin with trying to wiggle out of that scenario that's taking place. Your pool has got to be 15 to 20,000 gallons to fill. Even more than that, which is even worse for what's coming out of my mouth next, Mark. That's how many gallons it's going to take to fill next year. You didn't conserve anything. It's not about conservation. You are still going to fill your pool next year. I'm still going to use the sprinklers in my yard. So will everybody else. That's not how you do conservation. Mr. Sullivan brought up that everybody in the Postmark would be tier 1 if they would have it, because they never, you can't use that much water in 1 or 2 family units kind of like that. Where's the conservation with that? They're all going to be put into tier 5 by this rate, but the entire building would be all tier 1. What do they have to conserve? They might as well just go home, turn the water on, and walk away. To me, they have zero incentive. So we're taking the largest users of water based off the current tiers, because even though they're probably one of the smaller ones, we're taking the largest people in tier 5 and just saying, good luck with that. I cannot rationalize how that would ever make sense to me. I brought it up before with artists and the nursing homes, and nobody had a problem back then with just saying, oh, they can afford it. But that doesn't make it right. To me, it just seems as if, to Carlos' point about us spinning our wheels, I understand. Wakefield, like I mentioned previously, they have an entire committee that deals with this kind of stuff. And all 5 of us are trying to hash something where curveballs come at us on a consistent basis with this. I think if we legally had to go to a tier system, it should just be tier 1 is 2.9%, tier 2 is 3, and tier 3 is 3.1. Then nobody's crying over any different kind of percentages. We're in compliance, everyone's happy. I can't sit here and just see the outstanding issues that we have with some of the larger users compared to conservation, offer no incentive to conserve to begin with any of them. As I explained multiple times previously, the way to get me to conserve, even though I already have my electronic sprinkler with the rain thing, is just changing those kind of habits. People aren't just going to take shorter showers. When you're looking at that tier up there with the -1 and 1%, there is zero incentive, which to your point on that, there's zero incentive for anyone to conserve on that either. That's just like giving away free water at this point. And the last point is I sent Fidel an email with my usage on my sprinkler system. So if you want to bring that up real quick, just so we can see what we're really talking about here. But while he's bringing it up, I took Fidel's calculator, put in the usage for, you're gonna scroll down a little because it's not 663, it's 591. So when you put my 591 gallons that I used in one day, that's my outdoor sprinkler that it used, into Fidel's calculations on existing tiers that we currently have, the sewer charge for that is $8.58. That means every single time that I use my irrigation system, or anybody in town for that matter, they're paying $8.58 that they should not be paying. It is not going down the sewer. Every single time I'm paying $8.58 to use my irrigation system. Once again, you will never convince me that that is fair in any shape or fashion. It's not. That's every time that I use it, it's $9. And that's not just me, that's everybody else. So I have been paying to offset everybody else without a sprinkler in town for the last 5 years since I've had this house with a sprinkler system. That is not fair. That is why I was advocating for second meters, which I will once again omit myself from because financially it does not make sense. But that doesn't mean it's not going to make sense to everybody in town. The way to get over my entire scenario where I haven't even gone over the tiers. It's just the second water thing. Because at a certain point, you have to say, there's a right way to do something and not. And just because we've done it this way the entire time doesn't mean that we have to continue doing it. So it's very simple. Nobody will ever tell me that I should pay $8 for my water to not go down the sewer, and at the same time tell Postmark you're going to pay your $8 over there because that's okay. It's not. Neither one are okay. I've always said that I'm not for delaying anything. I always want to move everything as fast forward as we can. The same thing with SWEC. We could have started 3 months earlier, whatever it is. Any of that stuff. There's so many outlying questions. I want nothing to do with the tier system until we hash it out. Whether it is we create a committee, like Wakefield had, just to get all these nuances, give these buildings time. Because if Mr. Sullivan is correct, that we told him that they had to have a 1 meter thing in Postmark, and now it's like, oh, by the way, now we're gonna hose you on the other end a year or two later. That's not okay with me either. And I understand Postmark can probably afford it, but that doesn't make it right. It's so, like I said, if we're doing tiers 2, 9, 3, and 3, 1, call it a day, and then it is what it is. And then hash this stuff out with the committee in the future.
Thanks, Chris. Any others? Karen?
Sure. So affordability is an issue in this town, and going back, and I agree, we've had a lot of discussion on this. And it's an important policy change, and I believe as a select board, it is our job to follow Mass General law and also to make policy decisions that benefit large majorities of our population. So I'd just like to, moving to a tiered system, and I am still in favor of our discussion on May 23rd. Moving to a tiered system is going to benefit 85% of the ratepayers in town for water. Now, certainly not disregarding all of the condo complexes. I knew going into this that the older ones, we're definitely gonna need to think about whether they're okay with the way the water rates will work in the future, or they wanna make investments in their individual units and buildings. And those investments, by the way, will pay off. I'm surprised to see some of the newer apartment buildings on the list that Fidel prepared for us. Thank you for pulling that together. It's really, really surprising, and people wanna buy units that are individually metered for all utilities. That is a modern way of constructing buildings, and it is the new reality as water becomes scarcer, electricity is more expensive. No one wants to pay their neighbor's bill, so I understand that. So I see this as a two-prong approach. We've got to get into compliance, we have got to encourage conservation, and I would like us to make sure that we are thinking about how we can help these other homeowners. I don't know all of the details with the sub-metering and the reading of the sub-metering software. Software can be fixed, procedures can be fixed, policies and approaches to meters can be fixed. And I think as a board, we may actually, with MBTA communities coming, which is gonna allow 2 and 3 family apartments by right and encourage a lot of development of high density units, we are gonna need to talk about meters. This problem isn't going away. This is how we need to structure our water rates. And so our buildings need to be constructed in a way that benefit individual residents. So I don't know whether that ends up being a moratorium on any project that doesn't individually, meter the individual units, or whatever we have to do on our end to be able to read sub-meters and Mr. Sullivan, absolutely, I would like staff to figure out your building's been constructed with sub-meters, I wanna figure out how we can use those. I did look at Taylor Drive, those condominiums, their HOAs do not include water, they're all individually metered. Obviously it was done differently than yours. It's actually very, very surprising that your building was done that way. So Mark mentioned financial incentives, they can be income-based. Somebody in this room wrote a really great article and shared it with the rest of us, talking about the ways that different cities have been able to help lower and moderate income residents, and they can be renters or owners, and they don't always have to be there doesn't always have to be a specific meter for them. So there are ways that other communities are helping, and I would be very much interested in exploring that, along with another campaign to remind folks in some of these older complexes along Main Street that you need to take a hard look at the rebates that we offer. There are probably still 7-gallon toilets out there. There are maybe old washing machines. There are most definitely 25-year-old dishwashers chugging away and very wasteful shower heads. So I see this as a partnership where we need to do what we can to help our residents conserve and manage their dollars, because every dollar is important. And I also expect that our residents also need to think, well, what are the investments that I need to make sure that I'm not being wasteful and that my bills stay as low as possible. So, and also, your point about we learned a lot. We learned roughly that in some months our water sales are 1 and our outflows are 3. So, I don't know that we ever knew that before. And that's another reason why every single water user in town has to pay a sewer charge, because otherwise it definitely isn't equitable. So our rates are fine. Our rates and our approach to charging people for water and sewer that they use, I think are fine. And that's it. Thanks.
So Fidel, a question, just to remind us, in the absence of tiers, what would be the increase if we stayed with a flat rate?
What I let me see if I can throw it up.
3,
Just like to see something that.
3%.
Exactly, it would be it is what I'm using on in the calculator, which essentially, it would be 3%.
Okay, thank you.
That would be the water.
So I'm still learning at this role almost every day, and one of the things I learned in the past couple of weeks is that these tiers and this structure is much more of a blunt instrument than we need it to be in order to accomplish the 3 goals. And as I see them, affordability, so I would put a little bit of a different description on it than you did, Mark. I think affordability generally should be a goal. I think conservation should also be a goal, and I do know that we've got the legal compliance issue floating out there. I think in the past couple of weeks, the past week especially, with a lot of input from, and it wasn't just one, I think we got a good handful of information about some of these multifamily units, is that number 1, they really are negatively impacted by these tiers. And number 2, back to Fidel's chart of how the housing stock is divided, they're a bigger portion of the housing stock than I realized. I would have estimated that we had maybe 10 to 12% condos. We're in the 17%, and then when you add it to kind of 2 to 8 units, I think we're closer to 20%. And to Karen's point, the state is basically telling us to zone for even more of this. And so I think in order for me to feel comfortable adopting tiers, I would want some sort of concrete set of incentives or things that we were willing to either as a town provide for multifamily unit dwellers or at the very least point them to at the state level. Because I also think it's, especially in a difficult development environment, I'm not satisfied to just say we need to encourage sub-meters. Because, the fact that one of the newest buildings in town either doesn't have them or is having trouble,
Yeah. We have some,
Okay,
but we're not built on them.
correct, right. And that, we're learning also that having a sub-meter and an HOA or a landlord billing on the sub-meter are two very different things, right? And so, at this point, at a minute, I would prefer the, June 6th proposal for tiers, but I also understand, other board members' concerns about kind of going to multiple different levels of tiers. And so, or, what I mean by that is multiple different revisions to that. We started with one, then we, tweaked tier 4, then we went to a second, then we went to a third. But I think we do need to be responsive when we adopt these tiers, which I think are a good idea in theory, to this multifamily problem. And I agree with Karen that the kind of the collective good of communities that choose to have sewer service as opposed to having wells, does I think make me feel a little less that it's an analogous situation to the second meters for irrigation and for pools. It doesn't sound like, and I'm not trying to push a certain outcome here, but it sounds like we've got different ideas about no tiers, higher tiers, and a more compressed tier. Happy to do another round of thoughts and comments, but it seems to me that we are not ready to vote on these tiers tonight. Mark?
Two sets of comments. One, just maybe to add a little color. The point of conservation, I think, is spot on. Many pool owners get what's called a permeable cover so that the rainwater comes in, especially in the off season. So I fill my pool with 0 gallons each year because it fills itself. And that's a change. I had to buy a permeable cover to do that, but it made sense. I also have a choice of buying tankers of water, which are less expensive than buying town water. But I have plenty of choices. But the point really was that I made a conservation choice to do that. And it's been paying off. Second is that, just to be clear, someone that kind of leaves their water on and doesn't care is going to pay a ton for water. They may not be paying at a slightly higher rate, but they're paying for what they use already. So the notion of you can just kind of take long showers and it doesn't matter, it's water use is water use, period. So you're still going to be paying for that. I think that if we were not to vote on tiers, that puts us kind of staying, where we are in terms of, the single rate. So, unfortunately, on the 3 goals that we all have or we've talked about, we hit a 0 on all 3. So I'm not comfortable that that's the right approach either. I would love to be kind of, making something move forward. I do hear the discussion of folks who are going to spend some time on it. I haven't seen anything, and I haven't done an exhaustive search. I haven't seen anybody come up with something really different that kind of tunes the blunt instrument. It's a bit blunt, but it does hit on all 3 of the things that we talked about. I think that the solutions are going to be outside of the tier structure in terms of addressing multifamily, in terms of how do you get more conservation going. I don't think it's going to be in the tiers. A tweak in the tiers isn't going to do much more than that. And suddenly, if everybody comes into the same, smaller thing here, everybody's rates are going to go back up also. I want to figure out a way that we can encourage conservation. We can have our true large users pay more for that large use. I think that it's a privilege and that's fine. I'm not comfortable kind of saying, well, let's kick that can down the road. I don't think it's right to do that. So I'm more comfortable finding kind of tiers that would at least get us started.
Yes, Carmen.
I'd just like to propose that we use $1 million out of the sewer fund to lower the rates, since it's pretty healthy.
On top of the 650 that was already done?
Mhm. I can't do that on the fly. I'm sorry, but I appreciate that.
Yes, Chris.
Thanks, Jackie. I think that's why it just seems like we're all over the place. That's why I think to get into compliance, we go to tiers. Like I said, 2.9, 3, and 3.1. Now we're in tiers, and then we could do whatever, and it's negligible. I cannot get around the fact that without allowing the second meter though, I understand that at my prior discussion where I said, where the water comes in and then the sewer goes out, I wanted to see the ratio, and yes, to Karen's point, it's 1 in and 3 out, which I never would have guessed would be that high of a flow that MWRA is charging us based off of. But the point still stands. When you break down the cost of what MWRA is charging for the sewer, what creates the pricing that they're charging us, it's still a portion of it is being charged on the actual average flow or whatever, which this irrigation people aren't contributing to but getting billed for. The other part is the cleanup and the treatment of the water, so if it's more dirty, they're charging us more. Once again, irrigation people aren't having to clean the water that's not going into the sewer to begin with. So the sewer rate is already unequitable the way that it's being charged to irrigation people in the first place, without even getting into the fact that it's not going back into the sewer to begin with. Like, I mean, there's so many layers on how this has been wrong for so long. And it just seems as if I'm just here to talk about second meters and then just be done with it. Because to me, nobody's ever come up with a good point to why we should be paying for water that's going nowhere. That's what's happening. I just, like I said, I just showed my bill. It's $8 every single time I use my irrigation. I'm not gonna conserve. It's going to stay the same. Every single year, it's gonna turn on whenever it doesn't rain on odd days, etc. None of that is gonna change. My pattern will never change. And I'm in tier 3 or under. In the winter, it might be tier 2. How am I conserving on anything if I'm gonna still stay within the 1, 2, 3 to begin with? I can afford it. Other people might not be able to. That's the only way you're gonna get them to conserve, is by making it unaffordable for them to be able to use water. I understand it's a precious resource. Not in Massachusetts. Everywhere else, sure, go right ahead. But like I cited in the MWRA report, we're good till 2045. Nobody has actually countered me and said, Chris, you're incorrect on just keep saying 2045, because that's the way that it is. So everyone wants to say conserve, but we're good till 2045 minimum. And the goalpost will move then, because no one's gonna remember 20 years back. I just looking more into this each and every single time, I just can't understand how this has stayed like this. It makes no sense to me at all. So if we go to tiers, like I said, 2.9, 3, 3.1, then I'll vote on it. Otherwise, it's a no for everything.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes, Mark.
Thank you. A couple of thoughts. To your point, Chris, so I don't know what the data is that you cited, but we need to be conserving water. It's not good just to kind of use it at any level. We, in virtually every community around us, don't allow unlimited outdoor watering for a reason, and that's a piece of it. So it's not okay to just kind of say, hey, just do whatever you want. I think we need to make sure we conserve, whether or not we're at a critical limit or not. You may be exactly right. I don't have the data to kind of support that. On Carla's question of the $1 million, every year we try to mitigate the size of the rate change to the extent we can, knowing that we have limited funds and trying to make sure we don't have any crazy years, although we've had a few crazy years. I think we've done a really good job at that. And I think that it is a bit of an illusion, but we've been able to keep it up so far. But if we were to use an extra $1 million this year, the problem we're gonna run into really quickly, particularly in water, is that the next increase is gonna be much bigger than it needs to be. We're really lucky this year that it's a modest increase, a modest 3. The previous year, we weren't nearly as lucky about that. So I think it's kind of like the rainy day fund. I would be, not interested in spending more of it here. And last thing, I think tonight our focus really is, in the agenda, is water and sewer rates. And I hear, second meters as a discussion. I don't think it's part of our tonight's discussion. We have to vote on water and sewer rates. We have to decide what those are gonna be. If second meter is to be a discussion, it isn't really part of the same one. It's a separate topic. I don't think we should kind of get them conflated.
Yes, Karen.
Can I just ask a question? We haven't really talked about, let's say we vote on tiered rates tonight. What does next year look like in terms of what might happen at the different rates next year?
I shared some good news that this year it's looking like revenues are trending high. I think it depends what usage looks like, unfortunately. I mean, on water in particular, I shared that this last summer was dry, so revenues were over projection. The year before wasn't the case. We barely squeaked through our revenue projections for water in particular. So I guess all I'm saying is I don't know. It depends on what revenues look like.
I mean, I know you don't know what the absolute number would be. Is it going to trend to be a similar adjustment for every tier going forward? Or are we still talking about different adjustments for different tiers, do you think?
Yeah, if you recall, when the consultant came to the select board, I mean, the goal of Reading and of everyone, of the MWRA, I mean, it is to set a projectable increase, right? And I think that the rate that the consultant suggested was 3.5, essentially for water, and I believe 2.5 for sewer. And the outlook was for 5 years. I said I don't know because I think it does depend. In water, before my time here, right? There was a 2-year period where essentially water main breaks, drained probably close to $2 million in reserves, right? I mean, on Walker's Brook and I think a few others. It is hard to project. I think the goal is to make it a steady increase over the next 5 years. And the consultant, based on this year's revenue and outlook on capital, said that it was possible for the next 5 years. But it is an annual outlook that we will have, an annual conversation that we will have.
But we're trying to be predictable in all the tiers going forward.
Absolutely.
So this is a one year correction. Which I think should be reassuring for folks listening at home. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Just real quick, 2 quick things. Following back on Mark's point about buying the water and having trucked in and everything, I understand that, yes, that is cheaper because then you don't have to pay the sewer on it, which is one of the reasons why it's cheaper, which is kind of ironic. But the water still has to come from somewhere. It still has to come from somewhere, so you still pay for it in any event. My screenshot that I brought up there with Fidel, by the way, was for the month of June. I understand it's only June 6th, but I only used 600 gallons one day out of the 3 that I could have had because I'm on an odd number, so 1, 3, and 5 would have been the days that it would have watered, except I invested in the smart irrigation system with the rain sensor, all of that. So I agreed to a point that I'm conserving by doing it that way because I don't want to spend more money that I don't have to when my grass doesn't have to get watered when it's already wet to begin with. And I already got an email that it's skipping tomorrow's as well. So to somebody like me that isn't like me to a point, that's where we should be reaching out and offering people rebates or something like that. I know we have $25 on the sensors, but you don't have the sensors without having the smart meter to begin with. So like, offering incentives that way will get people to conserve. And once again, you're getting people to conserve who are the irrigation people that are typically using more water than, you know, a family of 5. Like I said, that's 600 gallons, like in one fell swoop. So to get people to conserve, we have to offer an additional rebate on something just like that can make a massive change where the sprinklers aren't going on in the rain for some people. I've driven by, I think Artis has sprinklers and I've seen them on in the rain. Don't quote me on that, which they shouldn't be doing, but maybe they don't have a smart controller, who knows? In any event, that is the wasteful water. We're already conserving by doing it odd and even days. I agree with that. Plus your grass doesn't need that kind of amount of water to begin with every single day. So there are a lot of different ways that we can do things, patterns, et cetera, to get people to change where it's still fair for everybody. I'm not okay with the unfair for everyone kind of scenario. So to your point, I didn't think second meters were not part of this discussion, have been this entire time. I understand it's not built into the vote kind of thing. So I'm sure everyone eagerly wants to have a second meter water discussion. I'll hold my own public forum on that, I guess. I don't know. So yeah.
Thank you. So it sounds like we lack consensus on a specific proposal tonight in terms of tiers, which ones. And so it also sounds like, I mean, at least for my part, I'm not comfortable with the May 23rd tiers in the absence of some sort of concrete incentive program. And I realize that the incentive programs that are available would be modest, if at all. But for a population of almost 20% of our population, I don't feel like we should, maybe it's being reactive, but I feel like we should make some effort to be responsive to them. I thought the June 6 tiers, which Mark proposed, did that. But it sounds like they do not have enough votes here to move forward on. So I would suggest, yes, sir.
I would like to speak as a member of the public when I can.
Okay, if you could come up, please, and give your name and address.
The way you were speaking, it was as though the conversation was ending, that's why I spoke up.
Okay.
Because normally you should ask for public comment.
Yes, sir. We had public comment at the beginning, but if you could please.
I got here before this hearing started,
So this is,
and there was no public comment that I heard.
so we had public comment when we began at 7 p.m.
But that's for items that are not on the agenda.
The school committee does that, not us. Our public comment is anything and everything. You can say whatever you want.
really?
The school committee is the opposite. They say, hold your water questions until we talk about the water.
Well,
So
that's
in any
changed.
event, if
So,
you could
but
please
you
give
got
us
to-
your name and address.
I'm
please.
Will Finch, I'm at 51 Mill Street.
Thank you.
It's on the agenda at 8 o'clock, so that's when the discussion should start for this, not at 7 o'clock for the open hearing, open
Okay.
comments.
Thank you, sir.
Anyways, from what I'm gathering, I think the May 23rd proposal is probably the desirable one. I was surprised that there was so much discussion about second meters because I didn't think that was part of this. And probably 15 years ago, the town went through a discussion about second meters, and as Karen Herrick pointed out, there's basic fixed costs in the water and sewer infrastructure that need to be supported. And that's, at that point, it was determined that second meters would be cutting into the funds needed to maintain the entire system. And also, I was surprised that Mr. Haley brought up the point about filling pools using municipal water, because that's a ridiculous assumption. All pools have been filled with tanker trucks. That's always been a requirement with Conservation Commission. And getting to sprinkler systems, that's your choice. If you want to put in a sprinkler system, that's fine. But you knew that the rate was going to be the same, whether it was for household use or for irrigation. And it's just a bad road to go down to start giving people discounts on irrigation when much of the rest of the world in the state are going in the other direction. That's why tiered rates are being pushed. It's a great idea. And also a couple times it's come up that, you know, we didn't make as much money this year because there wasn't as much water consumption. I think that's a totally wrong way to look at a resource that's may not seem scarce at this point, but is on the minds of everyone. The Ipswich River has been found to be one of the most endangered rivers in the country 3 times. And even though we're not getting water from the river anymore, we need to set an example for the communities that are downstream. We need to teach conservation as a life skill to our children, and tiered water rates is a good way to do that. I think that's about all my points.
Thank you, Mr. Finch. Yeah.
Quick question. So now when do we have to have a new rate in place? Let's
Yeah.
not drop dead.
My recommendation will be sometime this fiscal year, so by your next meeting, by your June 20.
Just wanted to check.
Well, I guess before we move on, I would just move, and you know, I think I know the answer to this, but I would move do we have a motion?
You could.
Well, so I would move to adopt a motion as amended with the June 6th proposal. Cheers. Second. Okay. Thanks, Karen. So all those in favor of the motion as amended with the tiers as proposed on June 6th, raise your hand.
Should we have discussion? I'm confused. What are we doing here?
So I move.
Excuse me, I thought you said you didn't want to vote on a tiered system tonight. I'm confused. What's going on?
Well, I mean, I guess I'm wanting more input on what we do now. Should we, you know, we know that we have to vote on either a tiered system or a flat across the board increase by the end of this month. So it's either tonight or on the 20th.
Okay. So now you just made a motion to vote on this?
So I'm asking, I guess to take it back, I should ask from other committee members, are we willing to vote on tiers tonight, or do we need more information? Do we need more information either on incentives that I've heard about, especially for, I guess, either multifamily or for homeowners in general? You know, do we want more time to discuss this, you know, on June 20th, which I'm fine with. You know, I think we've gone through a number of different iterations of this. You know, we've heard from some members of the public, but, you know, I agree with Carlo that, you know, actually quite few, you know, given the fact that it affects everybody. So I'm fine to delay this until the 20th, but because, you know, I do feel like a tiered system is a good thing to move toward, and I, with respect, disagree that we should make it, you know, the minimum of 2.9 to 3.1 to kind of check the box, you know, letter of the law, but definitely not the spirit of the law. But I'm also aware of the fact that we seem to have different opinions about how to balance the conservation and affordability goals.
Okay, I was just confused. If we're voting on this tonight, you know, the consensus would be no. for me.
Yes, Karen?
Well, so this is the danger. So May 23rd was your proposal.
Mhm.
And I liked the proposal before that, but we talked about it as a group and I was willing to, you know, in order to move forward to vote for that. Now, just Mark happens to bring in rates that we get at 9 PM last night after, you know, Fidel jumps through a bunch of hoops and looking at his own proposal, he doesn't like it. So why do we feel like we need to vote on this? I don't think we do. I could be open for a little more compromise. I don't like this. This doesn't go far enough. And on the affordability issue, which you yourself admitted is gotta be at the forefront of what we're doing this, and it's a 1 year, adjustment.
Okay.
It'd be great not to have to do it again on the 20th, but I
And so
don't
to
know.
your point too, just to bring back on that, Mark's proposal on June 6th is, which was today, is now one that, you know, at least initially, it sounds like you also are not, is not your preference. So we've tied ourselves into knots a little bit and we do have to unknot ourselves enough to either move forward with the 3% across the board hike or, you know, go with some version of tiers. I don't wanna close the door this year on tiers until we have to, but I also know, you know, even from our initial round of comments here, that we're not in the same place on tiers. So I guess in that case, then I would suggest that we pick this back up on the 20th to see if we can make some sort of compromise. Yes,
Could I, to follow up on that, suggest that, one of your initial comments related to this was to think about incentives and to see what else is going on with multifamily dwellings as a specific example.
right.
Maybe we can ask Fidel, instead of doing 10 more versions of the model, to think a little bit more about that and talk to peers and see
Yeah.
if there's something possible.
I mean, I'm realistic about that because I know from, you know, Fidel's previous research on this that even in communities that have a much larger percentage of multifamily units in MWRA, that they are applying tiers in this same method. They have not, you know, we're not aware of even, you know, the biggest MWRA communities who have figured out a way per capita to do this. So it's to some extent it is left in the multifamily market to whether a building has sub-meters that they bill off of. We know that state law requires sub-meters for a landlord to bill separately. And, you know, I think that's also a signal from our state in terms of policy that there's a view that, you know, if you're billing separately for that, it has to be accurate. And so I think it is a good suggestion of why we should also take a little time to think about how that impacts something that's 20% of our dwellings. Okay. Yes, Chris?
I keep hearing incentives for multifamily as being only part of the agenda, when I just clearly outlined that I spend 600 gallons of water every time I use my irrigation system, and I am not alone. So if you wanna hit the chunk the hardest in Reading, it's me. It's not offering Postmark that's built 2 years ago with all brand new stuff in it to begin with, incentives to change a toilet that is already probably the low flow one to begin with.
So,
It's just
yeah.
my guess.
So just to be clear, I wasn't meaning to say that the incentive should be limited to new condo buildings or to multifamily. I think we should be offering incentives to as many as we can, as many people as we can, but with the realistic awareness that, you know, the incentives aren't gonna be something that we can do to, you know, there's still gonna be some increases here and there's gonna be some pain here. And I think in this rate structure, we're figuring out how to do that while maintaining some affordability and while still encouraging conservation.
But we already have incentives on toilets and I think washing machines and other items. I'm not sure what we're gonna be adding into this mix that's gonna make a difference.
Did you read the article that he wrote? Maybe you didn't have a chance to read it, but he emailed it out to us. It talks about you can do it income based, there's different ways to do it, assuming they're legal, but
So now instead of it being based off conservation, which is actually conserving water, now it's gonna be income based off people that
because we're
wouldn't.
talking about affordability, so income and affordability are very closely linked.
I just,
So, no, the tiers, I don't think any of us are suggesting, Chris, that the tiers, need to be, or can be realistically based on, that we can, make those distinctions in a multifamily setting, without a sub-meter and without an HOA or a landlord who's willing to bill on that sub-meter. I mean, I think otherwise we still have the problem of multifamily, unit dwellers, many of whom are seniors and low income, and most of whom are in small households, still getting, stuck with an 8 to 10% increase. And to be honest, I think that that's a larger portion of the population than, and it's one that I'm frankly more concerned about for other reasons, because it tends to equate with seniors with low incomes, than I am with, folks who are using, are using water for things like pools and sprinklers.
no, I agree that low income getting dinged at tier 5 when they're, really using less than tier 1 to begin with kind of scenario, it doesn't make sense to me. It's not fair. It shouldn't be like that. But I don't see how the select board in 2 weeks is going to fix that. I mean, nothing is gonna change from tonight to then. We're gonna come back the next meeting, be like June 6th it is, and nothing really is gonna change between then. We're not gonna have all of these things hashed out.
Well, but I also think, to Carla's point, this is a proposal, the most recent proposal was issued today, and then since that time, there's been some changes in thoughts about it, so you very well could be right in 2 weeks that we, can't come to a consensus, in which case we'll, fail to, vote on tiers, which I think would be unfortunate, but would mean a 3% rate increase. I'd like to give it one more meeting to see if we can try.
I mean, I agree with that, because as it is, I'm voting no on that. And June 6th comes up next week, I'm voting no on that as well.
Okay.
Because the way that it stands currently on there, it doesn't factor in the storm of the 20% that has been discussed, amongst other things that I've already ad nauseum went over.
So can we just clarify, because the numbers and the rounding errors are getting bigger, so I'm still working under the assumption that moving to tiered rates, 85% of our ratepayers fall in tiers 1, 2, and 3. Is that still kind of accurate?
That, yes, in terms of number of bills, that is correct. But that doesn't include residential, right? I mean, there's small properties that, that are not just residential.
Bills, yep, okay.
It was 85%, right, of the bills.
And we now know they're, so the condos would translate into more bills. So, but we were talking 17%, 20% numbers matter, so I don't wanna exaggerate.
Well, and it's, my understanding is that it's, because it's bills, not, individual users, it's less than 85. Yes, we're benefiting still the vast majority, we're not benefiting 85.
Understood.
So, okay, all right, so to be continued on June 20th, so thank you all. All right, next item, Ben Cares, our Economic Development Director, is here for an update on the forthcoming parking kiosk rollouts. Hi, Ben.
Hi.
Could you,
We're gonna pull up the presentation that I provided.
Kaylin is working on it.
Perfect.
I'm gonna meet on my birthday this year. I'm not talking about water rates on my birthday. Last year, my birthday is.
I'm sure you don't want to talk water, Ben.
Let's just get going, right? Oh my gosh, it's been so fun.
I'm not talking about poop on my birthday either.
Hydroelectric parking meters.
Thanks, Ms. Kaylin.
I think if you click presentation mode. Thank you.
Ben, when you speak, can I ask you to speak up just a little bit? See if this works.
You know, I can do one of those on horseback.
You can do what?
So you can't hear us though. Okay, this can be a problem. But you wouldn't know.
I can hear you, it's on slight delay, but I can hear you.
Okay, go ahead, Ben.
All right, thank you for the introduction. For folks at home, my name is Ben Cares, I'm the Economic Development Director. I provided an update to the Select Board on the rollout of the kiosks, I think maybe a month and a half ago. So we have some new items to sort of discuss and just an update on the schedule. I think that most of you are aware that we did push out the rollout to September 1st. That is related to a variety of things that we are currently sorting out with the Reading Police Department regarding their enforcement contract. We had some internal discussions with the financial department about, you know, things like being the merchant of record and not being the merchant of record, as well as things related to some of the transaction fees, as well as the option for coins within the kiosk system. So first, I think I will walk through, Caitlin, you can progress to the next slide, please. Just the updated timeline and some of the elements related to the communications and outreach efforts. That has been my sort of predominant focus, but as I sort of unpack this rollout, there are of course many other things that have sort of cropped up. So in the month of June, we're going to be focusing on wrapping up the police department's enforcement contract and those logistics. We will also be holding a senior lunch and learn. Let me talk a little bit about the police department enforcement contract. Currently, we use a system called Kelly and Ryan to process our tickets. That is a in-person, cash-only affair where you go to the Reading Police Department to process those tickets. With a new kiosk system with IPS, they offer an integration of Kelly and Ryan or whatever the municipality's third-party financial system is, or you can fully go with IPS only as your enforcement software and the place where people would process tickets. Inevitably, the kiosks will bring our ticketing into the 21st century where you can pay it online. It also enables the police enforcement officer to issue things like digital tickets, and then the printouts will show instructions on how to pay those online. That being said, you know, there are of course increased costs associated with this new enforcement contract. That is something that we're looking to pay for via the revenue of these kiosks. So we're wrapping that up. The police department owes me an update for that and sort of resting our laurels on what our decision is there. What will ensue once they make that decision is a collaboration with IPS to either integrate Kelly and Ryan into the system or to move forward with just IPS as the enforcement platform. I will talk a little bit more in the FAQ about why there are no coins, why there are no cash or coin options for these kiosks. I did present previously to the senior center about the kiosk rollout, and I was met with consternation about the use of the smartphone app, which is only one option as a reminder, or the use of the kiosks to either register your car for the first free hour or to indeed pay for multiple hours of use at either of the municipal lots. I understand that there are digital equity issues with using the app. That's why there is also the option to utilize the kiosk. There is also an option via Pay by Phone to actually call that service and pay via your phone. So with those variety of options, none of them being hard cash, we are going to offer a lunch and learn session that will be taped by RCTV, will be available on the RCTV YouTube channel that walks through how do you use the app or the kiosks to pay for parking and to sort of, you know, have a better collaboration with the seniors and to address some of their concerns. So that's on June 29th. The senior center's coordinating it. The Parks and Rec department, Jenna Fiorente and I are going to be there running that show. Just making sure I'm not missing anything else for the month of June. Okay, so once we get through the month of June, that's when July rolls around, and some of those more familiar outreach communications that I had communicated last time are gonna come into effect. Things like flyering the lots with the FAQs. The reason why I have not yet flyered the lots myself is because we are still deliberating a couple of the features of the kiosks and the format of these lots. I don't want to disseminate information that's incorrect and sort of create a lot of additional consternation around what is quickly becoming sort of a touchy rollout of this system. So I'm hoping in June we can arrive at these conclusions and kind of finish up all of the internal work so that I can finally start flyering the lots. I've already started to have one-on-one meetings with the businesses. If you've caught wind of it, I have been boots on the ground, flyering businesses in the downtown for construction impacts, as well as inviting them to business-specific meetings where I am running them, and we have discussed this. Some of the select board members were at one of those meetings where this all sort of was kind of aired out. There's certainly some consternation from the businesses about this rollout, just given all of the things that are still yet to sort of be resolved. I think that's just related to going from PARC recommendations and pulling this through actual implementation. There are just some things that are in practice different from what those recommendations work from the PARC. So we're going to continue to work with the businesses explaining why are we rolling out this new format. It is to create turnover in the lots. It is to solve the issue of employees parking in those lots. And at the end of the day, it is meant to sort of stimulate economic activity in the downtown via these municipal lots. There's a variety of studies that we've done that sort of supports this notion. I have looked at those recently, and so if you do have questions about sort of that logic, you can certainly reach out. We can chat about that. Additionally, in July, all of our budgets refresh, including DPW signage budget. Pay by Phone, the smartphone app, has included in their contract signage that describes how to utilize the smartphone app to park. What they do not provide are updated signage for the regulations of these lots. So we need to internally fabricate signage that is very specific about the locations of the kiosks, like literally you look right across the parking lot and see, here's the kiosk, or these are the hours of operation, things like that. So I'll be working with DPW to fabricate and install that signage. I did miss a point in June, the physical installation of the kiosks. So DPW will be pouring those concrete pads, and then when the IPS kiosk systems are delivered, those will be anchored on site. I have some slides on those locations where we finally were able to figure out where to actually place those. In August, we're going to continue the outreach. I'll continue to flyer these lots. I am hoping at the last 2 weeks of August, perhaps we can issue a reverse 911 just to let people know of the change that's occurring. We will lean heavily on our social media platforms. Jane Wellman and I will coordinate, Reading Public Library, anybody that is available to push this message out, we will be communicating with, just to give people the heads up. Additionally, in August, we'll have a second opportunity for seniors to learn a little bit more about what does it mean to utilize the kiosk or the app via their digital learning sessions. Nancy from the Council on Aging stewards those, so I will be there as sort of the guest lecturer and helping to sort of push those forward. Additionally, I imagine that we could get RCTV to tape those and put those on the YouTube channel. Finally, in September is when we actually roll this out. I had mentioned a 2-week grace period in my previous communications where I think issuing tickets that are just informative for those first 2 weeks is good, just to let people know that they're out of compliance with the new regulations of the lots. The communications don't stop there. I'm sure that I'm going to get many emails and, people reaching out to me with issues, or hope maybe they'll be positive about the new regulations and how the lots are performing. We are also going to be ensuring that we are tracking the data that's available via the app and the kiosks. It will show duration of parking, it will show our revenue stream, and then we might be able to capture in those first few months, are we actually going to hit those revenue targets that we've set forth? Things like the first free hour will potentially bog down revenue and the system may struggle to pay for itself, but we're just gonna have to see how this sort of runs. You can think of it as our first year as a pilot, but I think luckily the system is adaptive if we do need to change it, which is what I continue to communicate to folks that I talk to about this. Next slide, please. Again, the FAQ now includes a section that discusses why cash payments are not available. To remind folks, cash is just not something that is in the newer kiosk systems. They are removing that from newer versions of these systems. There are coin slots available with the new systems, but the reason for no coin payments is that this is not feasible for a singular police enforcement officer to take out time out of their regulation hours to collect coins in a caddy, wear a vest, bring those to the police department. Those are then processed there, those are then brought to town hall, and then the financial department would need to run a reconciliation every single time the coins are collected. We have heard both from the police department and the financial department that this is a capacity issue, and that is the logic behind it. So the FAQ is just updated to include that. We'll go to the next slide. The two-pager again will be the FAQs and will include the downtown parking amendments map. This is helpful for people that don't want to use the lots. Maybe they just see it as too much of a technical challenge. As a reminder, there's plenty of off-street parking available in the downtown, not necessarily directly in front of the business you're looking for, but there are spots available. When we look at the parking data that we have from Nelson and Nygaard, there is a sizable amount of off-street parking not currently utilized even during peak demand. So this helps to sort of show where people can park. It also shows employees where they're meant to park now that we are potentially rooting them out of these municipal lots. Next slide, please. Kiosk locations. So for Upper Haven, we are showing a parking kiosk directly to the right of the entrance of the CVS building. So if you can imagine, if you are a senior and you're going to get your, your prescription filled, you would walk out of your car, you would come up to the parking kiosk, maybe you're there for a free hour. You still need to, even for a free hour, enter in your plate number, and then you can be on your merry way. So that's one location. There will be adequate signage pointing to that. Next slide, please. The other location, the dumpster is not there today. It is actually in a spot adjacent to it. When you look at this lot and the ownership of this lot, I can assure you that this is the only other location that we can place a kiosk. So this is where we are pouring a pad. There is existing signage on that utility pole that shows the parking regulations, and this is the final decision that DPW and I have made for these locations. We have to put 2 kiosks in each lot. That's what we ordered. This is the eligible location for it. It makes the most sense for this particular area. And as a reminder, that dumpster has been out there for a while and has been taking up that parking spot, so it is just, we're just formalizing that with the construction of this concrete pad. Next slide, please. For the Brandy Court lot, we are looking at the 2 light posts that are framing sort of the east and west portions of the lot. I think this is a good location for both of these. You can proceed to the next slide just to show where the other location is. So on either side, a kiosk, we will sort of preserve as much of that landscaping as possible, pour those pads and have the kiosks be available there. They receive adequate sunlight. They're also highly visible, especially with additional signage on the lampposts that are in those built up areas. Next slide, please. A big issue, again, is just the employee parking, those one-on-one conversations that I have had with some of the business owners and their employees. They are concerned about the availability of employee parking. I continue to direct them to the employee parking pass program. I also want to assure them that there are other options outside of that. For example, I have communicated to many of them with a revised map with a note on it that there is available parking after 9:30 a.m. at the Reading Depot all day. So if you are an employee, that is another option for you if you do not want to purchase a parking pass and park in the areas designated in blue. Next slide, please. and we can open it for questions.
Thanks, Ben. Marlo?
Thanks. I can't, I've been to enough of these, but I can't remember if it's common or not to have posts in the ground to protect them so no one hits them. Is that?
Bollards.
A bollard, yes.
Not the granite bollards that we have, but
So-
a yellow bollard. I don't know if that's required.
It is not required per the specs.
Okay.
The
can't-
locations of them, I think will actually be okay because they're up on curb
Okay.
for, I think, at least 3 out of the 4 locations. The one that's in the corner near the dumpster is really far away from either of the parking spots, so I don't imagine that will be struck either.
I'm just mentioning that because since we're pouring pads, a 6-inch bollard just to protect this big investment. Again, I can't remember what in other towns what they do. I know in the sidewalks, in Boston or whatever, they're not because they're on the sidewalk.
Right.
This is kind of, some of these are more open. So again, I don't know if we should try to protect them a little bit better. That's just one question. And then I forget if you guys remember, I know we discussed it, but I don't know how formal it was. I'm just gonna get a consensus. Are we okay with the 2 weeks? I would like longer, because a lot of people have appointments, whether it's a hair appointment or, dentists are obviously every 6 months or so, but is everyone okay with 2 weeks? Or I would like to see longer. We don't have to answer that now, but I'm just throwing that out there.
For the grace period.
Yeah, for the grace period.
So for the
Yeah,
first 2 weeks of September.
Yeah, I forget if we had a hard discussion about that. I'm like, oh yeah, 2 weeks is definitely enough. Or,
It'd certainly be more, I don't see.
yeah, I'm just throwing that out there. That's the only questions I have.
Yeah.
Thank you. I was just wondering if I never go in that lot. I hear the parking's horrible there, so why bother? There's plenty of parking everywhere else. But, so I'm not familiar with that dumpster. Is that a temporary dumpster? Is that always there?
I believe it's been there for quite some time.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
know the
Just
status of how long it's been there for.
Okay. They don't usually empty them
It
during the
was-
day.
It was moved to that location
Running
because
over.
it was difficult with the access of it, so.
To pick it up.
Thank you.
Why don't I just move that to a 4-week grace period?
I'm not, I'm not,
The Reading PD did not communicate that that's what they preferred or not, and I think it's definitely helpful. It just impacts the revenue of the tickets, but I think it's worthwhile for what we're rolling out, so. I'll bring it up with them.
Yes.
Thank you. So Ben, the grace period is a time during which reminders are written instead of tickets, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and the reminder says, starting X date, this will be a real ticket and you'll owe.
I imagine that the system would allow you to print out a ticket that is like,
warning.
warning, right? And it could it allows for additional details, and the details will just basically be, these lots are enforced Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Please see new signage for additional details or something like that.
Got it, okay. I would just ask, let's coordinate with the police a little bit too. The flip side of going longer is, when does it start?
Right, when does it start really cracking?
Starts in a month.
Well, but
starts in 2 weeks.
if you get a ticket, if you get a warning,
But I think it should read on October 1st, October 15th, enforcement begins. Again, I'm not saying I'm against 2 weeks or 4 weeks. Yeah, it needs to be a hard date,
Yeah,
right? I agree.
absolutely.
It needs to be a hard date.
And you're concerned about the demographic of sort of like the monthly user of these lots that are coming for.
Whatever the case is, whatever the case is,
if we did that, could we track frequent flyers?
And publicly shame them? Is that where you go with it? Sorry.
No, just
Track the
growing
frequent
awareness.
flyers as in the ones that are constantly out of compliance. Well, I don't know, I guess I don't know what the repercussion would be, because if it's like a flat ticket rate, then you're getting those financial, are you saying within the grace period? So one idea was, and I don't know if it's feasible, is to do it per license plate. I don't know if there's a way to mark in the system, like this person has received a warning. And so the next time, even if it's within the grace period, they're issued a ticket. I can certainly ask Reading PD/IPS about that capability.
I think it's more for them to figure out what's the best way to administer this, to get it started and make it work.
Yeah.
And minimize confusion and maximize the ability to make it work.
Yeah, coordination, obviously, but
Exactly.
I'm all for coordination, but I just think as it's, so new to so many people, including the businesses, that the businesses would have an option of, okay, the customer comes in, what the heck is these kiosks? Oh, it's a grace period for a month and it's week 1. Then, okay, all right, good. If it's week 2 and they come into the store, oh, guess what? After next week, you're gonna get a ticket. And that's all. I know we can't have 6 weeks, 8 weeks. I know that, but I want to be cognizant of the business owners communicating to their regular customers, whether it's a daily customer, or, a weekly customer at a pizza shop, someone getting their nails, dentist, which is not every month for most people, and so on. So that's the reason I asked.
Just related to that, and sorry I wasn't paying close enough attention to this, will the businesses have a card that they're able to give out along with that discussion that just is effective on this date? This is what it's gonna be.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly could give them a card or just the 2-pager and just give them tons of copies of those either way.
Just, I think something that can, in addition to kind of saying it,
I think the retail businesses should have something, yes, in the downtown to hand out. Thank you.
Chris?
Thanks, Jackie. To that point, I think that the businesses should have like a QR code with a link to the Reading website, which will then have tutorials, whatever else that you have on there. That would make the most sense to me. So this way here, if they find it 3 months from now in their car, they could still reference what it was going to. Who owns the dumpster that's in that CVS lot?
I don't know. I can ask the public health department about who
But is it us or is it?
It's in, I think
No,
where it's
it's not us.
located is wedged in between like maybe private spaces, so I don't think it's us. I don't think it's a municipal dumpster, but I'll look into it.
But it's authorized, like, it's supposed to be there though, right? Like, it's not a rogue dumpster like,
No, it's not
like a month ago.
It's not a construction dumpster. That's
Yeah,
a dumpster
no,
that
like,
gets picked up.
It's some type of, some dumpster, I would imagine either it's for the businesses there or for someone, but I will look into it for sure. I'll get to the bottom of it. After the public health department doing all their dumpster stuff from my cubicle, so I will ask them about that.
And you know what my next question's gonna be, right? What is my next question, Ben?
Water meters?
Yeah, water meters. Or Fidel knows
Water meters in this.
Fidel knows my next question. I'll give it to Fidel. Fidel, what am I gonna say?
Second meters.
What is it?
It's cash. Look at I should have went to Jackie. She knew it. It's we voted cash. Town meeting voted cash. I understand there's now a gray area where it's coins and not cash, even though coins are cash, sorta, kinda. I still think that we have to do it. It's gonna be annoying for people that have to use apps and all this other kind of change. No one's gonna like it, including myself, even though I have a resident thing and I'm gonna be fine over there. But I still think if we're going through all of this, we can initiate. I know Fidel wanted to do it backwards, where it's no cash in the beginning and then go to it. I would like to see that it be done in the spirit of the way that it was voted. Now, you can track how many people are actually using the coins and all that, which I think is going to be very minimal, where it might be once a week, once a month, someone's gonna be collecting it, et cetera. I understand you don't wanna be full-time job carrying, like $80 worth of money every single day. But if it's like $2 a week or something, like you'll be able to know how it's gonna happen. And you don't wanna be the person where someone forgot their phone or they don't have, et cetera, and now like, it just doesn't make sense to me that the machines are coming with the coin slot, but we're saying you can't use them. I think that we should be utilizing them, have it be on the parking enforcement person, and they come up, like I said, once a week, whatever, or it can send a notification when the thing's full or whatever. I don't know how finance has to handle it. But we all agreed on one way. It should be done that way in the beginning. And then when it isn't cost prohibitive for it to continue, then we can change it. If it's $2 in 6 months, we're getting rid of the coins. Nobody's using this. It didn't make sense. We tried it. It is what it is. but there's no way that we can just not do it. That's just the way that I think. And evidently everybody else at the time that voted on it too, so.
Ben, question for you about the first photo, at the first, near the CVS entrance. The kiosk looks to be, if we could go back to that photo in your slides, the kiosk looks to be proposed for on that kind of small sidewalk between the handicap spot and the CVS entrance. So is it just sort of a, a little reminder? I would not want to see that the placement of that parking kiosk put the compliance of that handicap space in jeopardy in any way? Is that?
It will not impact the compliance of the handicap space.
Okay.
How I have it shown here is definitely not an engineering design.
Okay.
I believe what actually is going to happen is you can imagine sort of a curved kind of fill in of the corner of that spot right there.
Okay.
So people will still be able to access in and out of their handicap spot, and it will be on a raised extension of the sidewalk area right there.
Okay.
Okay, so that's not accurate. I leave some of this to the discretion of DPW since they're implementing it.
Sure.
This was sort of per our site walk and their recommendations, but I will bring that back up with them. We did walk it, and a few of the handicap spots came into question about making sure they're not blocked. How this is shown the perspective, I think it's really like a fraction of that gray area that I'm showing there.
Okay. And then I like the idea of the two Pleasant Street Center events. I think education and outreach, especially in a form that's easily digestible like a video, should be widely available. So I look forward to seeing what folks like Jane Wellman can come up with to educate and inform not only seniors, but kind of the general public that this is coming and what to expect. Because I do think you don't have to be a senior to be a little confused sometimes at these kiosks and how different they are from town and city to town and city. So.
I do envision some type of landing page into Chris's point about a QR code or just some type of area where all of this is consolidated together. So the FAQ and the downtown parking amendment map, and then videos that we tape through those lunch and learn and digital learning sessions. There are also materials available from IPS themselves that walk through how to use the kiosks. I've also seen other municipalities have someone go out and operate them themselves. So perhaps I'll make a cameo appearance.
Can you pay too?
With nickels.
With nickels.
So, coins?
Nickels.
Okay.
So, thank you for your feedback. I think some of these points we'll probably have to take sort of offline and just hash out. Totally appreciate a lot of the consternation that I've heard from people, but I think inevitably this can be a successful system as long as we all kind of get behind it, and rather than just critiquing it, maybe we find ways to make it really work for us, because I think that was all along the reason for the recommendations from PARC.
Thanks, Ben, and it's a good transition to the next agenda item while you're here.
Should I stay up here?
Sure, yeah. So the next item is to discuss improving communication with small businesses. And so I guess before we launch, I'll just say it seems like this is an item that comes to us in a number of forms, from parking to Ben has been active in letting small businesses downtown know about some of the construction just even this week. But we also know that, some of the activities of boards and committees and of town meeting, impact small businesses. And so I think with that, we'd love to open it up to other board members to hear kind of what you mean by that, with the kind of idea that this is a continually evolving item that's never really checked done, but what do folks think we should be doing, and what are some of the vehicles or activities that you think we could do this better or more effectively? Yes, Chris.
I guess I'll start. I guess it's easy, well, for me, owning a business in the downtown, it's kind of easy for me to give my critiques on things based off my own unit. But I don't rely on walk-in traffic like other people. I have that luxury because at some times, at some points and whatnot, I don't think I would have been able to handle what's transpired over the last 6 months, let alone for the last, 80 years in Reading or however long it's been. I think with communication for small businesses, I know we get the emails as you've been sending them out. I know Julie before was doing the same thing. I would say that's always been consistent, where we've always gotten the emails kind of scenario on informing things. I think you're doing a better job of now adding an additional thing that typically only I would know, like being on the board, kind of know what's happening in the know. You're adding that other layer onto it of the obscure kind of thing, where the businesses might not know what is going on, but now they somewhat do to a reasonable. I know National Grid can do whatever they want, whenever they want, to a certain point like that. I think it's more the customers obviously don't get your emails, so it's hard for them to know. And if I had to guess, other than the construction issues in downtown, I would end up going back on the financial burden on businesses as being one way to encourage more businesses and stuff going forward. I know that's a different discussion for a different day. That's me being there in the mix of it all. The construction is obviously number one, which you've been a lot more up on top with everything. Getting the interactive map, hopefully in the future, Fidel, that will give businesses plus residents and anyone coming to the downtown a better understanding on what roads are closed and all that, because it truly is. I don't have the luxury of knowing like 7 times a day on how bad the scenario is downtown, but I know you send an update and I'm like, okay, so this is closed. And then I drive to work and I'm like, that street is closed, that one's closed, and it's not mentioned anywhere. Every single day when I drive down Woburn Street or whatever and just look left, there's a new street closed. And then when you get to the end and it's like one way only this way. So now I get it that's just me. I can just imagine what other people are going through down there. So hopefully that stuff comes to an end. I know Haven is going to get redone 2025, whatever. That's just going to add another layer onto it. So I know that you're out and about. I know you're sending the emails. I know that it's been improving. I just think it's going to come down to construction and financial kind of incentives for people to stay, because I would hate to lose, like I always brought up the green tomato. It's going to kill every day that I can't, eat there. It is a shame. I know eventually it might have happened anyway because of whatever condo scenario is going on. But I think that if we were to lose Pamplemousse, or I'm not saying it's going to happen, but to lose anchoring businesses, that Haven is getting redone down in that section, it's going to be a nail in the coffin for businesses down there to lose those kind of things. So we have to incentivize them to stay. And I don't think that has happened. And I only see worse things on the horizon than better, which is out of your control, and it's somewhat in our control. It's a give and take kind of scenario. So you can only do what you can do to the best of your ability. Just keep doing it. I don't know. I don't want to sound all doom and gloomy, but I know. I'll just leave it at that.
Mark.
Thanks, Jackie. In 2 words, signs and marketing. So Chris has laid out, I think, some of the construction-related concerns, which are quite valid. But I think that the bonus in communication is the upside of things, right? So, signs, you mentioned Public Works, July 1st, I guess, gets a new budget. You should find a way to get an allocation so that the detour signs, there shouldn't be an excuse that, oh, we don't have any, or, oh, you know, if we're gonna have a lot of construction, we're gonna have a lot of signs, right? And you and I talked a little bit about making sure that people are able to help direct people to the right place. So I think that's a priority to add. The marketing side, I think, goes back to the notion of beer and all these other events that are going on. And so for the people for whom that will bring them business, marvelous, all sorts of notice and, you know, participation, everything. I think the positive side of that is great. We talked about some businesses that don't feel beer brings in business to them. So maybe that's something we ought to think about also in terms of other kinds of activities other than, you know, just, you know, beer gardens. We keep talking about the notion of someday maybe having a farmer's market kind of thing. And whether that happens through the bid or it's gonna happen separately or whatever, I think that might be something that would be an interesting draw for folks also. So I guess, I think you're doing a really nice job communicating with people right now in tough circumstances, and that's great, please keep that up. And I think make sure that those signs are there so that people can know where to go. And then the third piece really is, okay, how do we make sure that we're supporting our business? I think your point, Chris, on you know, helping them, I'm always much more in terms of help them grow, not kind of worry as much about the sandbags and the water level. I'd rather go on the top side. How do we encourage people to our downtown? Look, we got a gorgeous downtown. There's all sorts of great stuff going on. That's what should be driving people to do business in town. So, thank you.
Carlo.
Oh, well, yeah, thank you. Ben, I think Ben has, taken a lot of things on that, and most of it was being done, but as Chris said, it brought it to a new level. I think we all know my main gripe is that businesses aren't getting notified for street closures, or their street specifically is being closed. It's happened to me on several occasions, and I know there's a lot of moving parts, but I kind of find it hard to believe that when I'm asked, well, didn't you get a notice? And I say, no. Did the business get the notice? No. And then it happens again and again. That may not fall into, I'm just griping right now because, we're talking about downtown businesses and never mind the financial impact of keeping people. What about the financial impact of just money that was lost that will never be gained, gotten back? So I know it's hard for engineering, DPW, and everyone to figure out, but construction is always going to happen in downtown. But I think we really need to focus on, if a street is being closed at any time of the day, even if it's a moving target, because the contractor is moving from area to area, so as your street most likely is going to be closed tomorrow, so that business can communicate outwardly that you can park here, but you can't park here, potentially today, or whatever the case is. Construction's not happening on Sundays unless it's an emergency, when some businesses aren't open, but a lot of the restaurants, most of the downtown is open 7 days a week. And I think we can do a better job on street closures, not the aspect of construction happening or an emergency, a water main break or utility, something happened with the utility box. It's no construction happening on a particular street, whether it's AM or PM, that business owner should get notified that your street that abuts your business is going to be impacted. And that's, other than that, I agree with Mark. We don't want to overburden the town with signs, and we've done a little bit better with wayfinding signs for parking and other reasons, but I think, as you see in major construction projects where, arrows, so-and-so is still open, or so-and-so is, maybe you can't get there this way, but these businesses are still open and want your business. So I know a lot of major construction has been done this past year, but I'm really concerned about Haven Street down the road. on what that's gonna do, and maybe it'll go smoothly, I don't know. But I'm definitely concerned, on the impact on those businesses, and I know a lot of it has to be done. So, other than that, great.
Okay, I appreciate you jumping in and getting out there and meeting the businesses and all the face-to-face interaction. We should have hired a new parking enforcement officer now, hopefully that will help. Because we've heard repeatedly that if people can't find parking and parking regulations aren't being enforced, that's a big factor that is very visible to the businesses, so hopefully we can, get some positive feedback that, oh yes, I'm seeing them, oh, they came in to say hi, and so
Yeah,
showing them the love.
we hired an enforcement officer that's been with us for 2 weeks. It's her second week now, this week.
Oh, so, okay, it wasn't June first, it was a little earlier, okay, cool.
I've heard that Bridget's been doing a good job with issuing tickets on Haven Street. I was at the Reading
Oh,
Falls
thanks
Street
for the
Fair
warning.
meeting today and a couple people already got tickets, so
Nice.
things are changing.
I mean, I'm sorry, but okay, awesome.
I'll continue to champion communications on behalf of the businesses. Totally appreciate all the feedback. I think it's not just me. I think there's something to be said about Reading Police Department and their detour signage setup, the availability of signage, and then the boots on the ground communication. I will just say from my perspective, cannot be replaced by a tracker. So we need to just keep doing that type of work, so.
One quick question, please. Are we continuing with the beer gardens this summer? Or we're trying to get as a town, or we're trying to get someone to take it over?
So I can provide an update to you all via email, but August 12th, I think I sent the save the date out to everybody, but there will be an August 12th beer garden, which will be a car show. And then
I
we'll be
remember that,
planning an Oktoberfest beer garden on September 23rd, which will be coupled with a 5K run by Robin Fitness, which I think will be a big bash. And then I think we're gonna maybe do a Halloween one as well. So that's all in the Reading Falls Street Fair will occur, so we're certainly capitalizing on these of the comment.
Plus June 24th.
Huh?
Plus June 24th.
Plus June 24th, yes, excuse me. Beyond that, just for all of your edification, tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m., we're having a Shop Local campaign meeting with the businesses. The chamber is putting up some money for that sort of build out. And as we recover from the pandemic, I think things like the Shop the Block event, we're gonna see more of that. Some of this is part and parcel with the bid as well. So I will provide updates as we sort of push out planning on those events as well that are specifically for foot traffic to businesses. So we are working on that.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you much.
Okay, next agenda item is a vote to allocate $15,000 from ARPA funds previously allocated to public health for file digitization for public health. Is there any presentation or anything before motion or just some context on this?
Yes, absolutely. So I shared with the board that the select board allocated $250,000 to COVID-19 mitigation. We have used $151,000 of that, so we have $98,000 left as of June 6th. Some of that $98,000 is being used for the community needs assessment that the Board of Health is pursuing. Essentially, the Public Health Department approached town meeting in 2020, in April of 2022, and requested some fundings for removing basically all of the paper files that are in town hall, and also improving the way that permits are handled in our system. Unfortunately, with everything going on, and the fact that I was new, and Ade was also new, those funds were never spent, so they closed out to free cash. We could wait until November. to request it again for town meeting. But what we discussed was essentially using what's remaining in the public health allocation from ARPA, essentially to cover this project for the public health department.
Any questions or comments from board members? Yes, Mark?
Check, so did I understand you to say that what's really left in that budget from public health's perspective is $15,000? Or is it the difference between 98, the needs assessment, and, I mean, I'm trying, what does the 15K represent? Is this kind of finished?
No.
Is that budget?
Not at all.
Okay,
Exactly.
great,
Yes,
great.
exactly.
And we did a big file digitization project. That was just archive related, right? That was kind of other things?
Correct.
Not
Yeah,
public
not
health
this.
files.
Yeah.
And this 15,000 that's enough to cover this
Yes, it
requested
is.
project?
Yeah, for public health.
I'm in, thank you.
Yes, Chris?
Thanks, Jackie. I guess, why does it seem like a loophole that we could have allocated all the ARPA money to something, had it fall off the books, and then have it go to free cash, and then we're not burdened by spending it by a certain day? Why is 15 grand exempt from that?
Say that again, sorry?
So you're saying that the 15 grand we already relocated last year?
No. The money that was allocated for this purpose was voted by town meeting out of general fund. It wasn't ARPA.
Oh, okay.
It wasn't ARPA.
Oh, all right, well,
And that close to free cash.
like I said in the email that I sent you, I thought we approved this already through ARPA.
So that's not our understanding. Certainly, Sharon, to make sure the approval was transparent, the request was to basically have that voted. There has been no allocation, to my knowledge anyways, from ARPA funds for this task. She couldn't find a record of it.
Yeah. Alrighty, yeah, no, I mean, 15 grand, like I saw when we went back there, all the file folders and everything, I mean, it just seems like another flood waiting to happen and just wiped all that out, so I might as well get it sooner rather than later.
Ready for motion?
Yes.
Move to approve 15,000 from the previously allocated ARPA funds for the health department for the file digitization for public health as requested.
Second.
Karen moved and Mark seconded. All those in favor? Or, sorry, any discussion? Sorry. Okay, seeing none. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, we're 5-0. Thank you. Next item is voting on changes to the recalc charge and expansion of the sunset date. So as you know, the current recalc charter expires at the end of this month. And we talked, I think at least last meeting and perhaps two previous meetings about the charter and how we can update it to reflect the work that's been done so far and how we want to hopefully take the momentum that we've gained from a lot of focus on this issue by a lot of volunteers across a couple of different boards and move ahead and amend the charter accordingly in a way that allows recalc to continue its role as we've envisioned it for them. So I don't know if we want to start, I see we've got in our packet some amendments dated today. So I don't know if someone wants to walk through what those are, where they came from, thoughts on those.
That would be great.
Is it? Yes, Mark.
And actually, Caitlin, can I ask you to put up the revised that I sent you this morning? So, in our last couple of discussions, we talked about extending the charter of recalc. We talked about adding specific tasks in terms of what they would do. I did have a chance to talk to a few representatives of some different committees to just kind of make sure that things were on track. The Okay, yep, great, thanks. So what I've done here is the changes that are in the packet are in red and are in red on this slide here. I've made a few other updates since then that are gonna be in green, so you can see kind of the generation of any of the changes. Some of the green changes came about because at the Council on Aging meeting last night, there were some specific desires and concerns. Being honest, there were some that I thought might restrict Recalc's ability to do certain things. But I've taken, I think, most of what the things they were talking about. One of the things that I used with kind of the red changes that you'll see here is I took the existing charter that we had. In red, it says previously accomplished goals. Those had been the goals before, so I just added the heading, previously accomplished goals. Caitlin, can you scroll down just a little bit? Then it says specific goals progress report. It was gonna be to the select board before annual town meeting, and it was delivered to the select board before annual town meeting 2023. Let me do the red first, and then we'll come back to the green. The red was adding 4 activities that Recalc should do. The first one relates to the feasibility study and providing kind of a clear summary of their data and what was learned in terms of best practices, visits, and activities to be shared with whoever's gonna do the feasibility study, so that they, who are doing the feasibility study, are up to speed fully on everything that we've already done. And I put a goal on that to share within 45 to 60 days. The second item was to think about programs and programming. And I talked about using interviews, explorations, best practices to learn more about program kinds of activities. One of the suggestions from the Council on Aging was to, can you scroll down even further, Caitlin, kind of to the next page to kind of squeak over? Right there, thank you. Whoop, and then down one line of the previous page if you can, just to get the green. Yep, right there, great. So focus on other similar communities, best practices, with the goal of enticing new participants in the 60-plus age bracket to attend programs at the center. One of the hardest things to do, probably for all seniors in active living centers, is to get new people to come in. And the Council on Aging felt that there's a lot of information on the programs that we'd like to do, but not on what would entice new people to come in. So I suggest that we kind of add that focus here. So that's kind of in the green there is number 2. Part 3 is to think about different ways to finance the operation. So clearly town funds is one, maybe grants are another, but for the group to go out and try to understand how some centers that we've talked to in others similar communities, how do they do it? For example, Linfield told me that they fund a lot of their programming through sales in a thrift shop that they have in-house. I think I told everybody the story, but there was a woman there that was the cashier, if you will. She was bragging to the director when I walked by that she made her quota. And I was very impressed by that. So anyway, it's pretty serious business here. So that's finance, and then D is transportation. And thinking about, okay, how do we get people to the center? A number of people can't get there. So how can we do a better job of that? There may also be needs to think about how do we transport from the center to other activities. So my thought was that Recalc could work on these 4 items in particular. Okay, Caitlin, can I ask you to scroll higher, back up to page 1, back to all the green, if you would, please. Okay. What council asked is that we include in the charter some of the specific recommendations that Recalc made previously. And so what I did is I took a slide that was presented to town meeting and I just copied it to here. It said, here's their recommendation. Number 1, define and execute an immediate facility solution for replacing and or expanding the current senior center. 2, continue to enhance, invest in the programming and services for seniors, including new offerings and better accessibility, transportation, evening program, et cetera. And number 3, develop communication strategies and community outreach regarding the needs for seniors. The only item that I didn't have here because I didn't have the wording is the note that we received from some members as residents of the group asked that it also talk about, and let me get the exact words so I don't muff it. The desire for an all-ages community center with dedicated senior space is real. However, it should not take precedence over first meeting the program, service, and facility needs of Reading seniors. So if the board is amenable, I'd make that kind of a number 4 in the green. Okay, Caitlin, can you go to the second page, please? So I'll add that in a second. Okay, and then, so back to the red here. ReCalc shall report back to the select board quarterly with progress and to upcoming town meetings. It shall be the goal of ReCalc to make and report substantial progress on these goals before the end of 2023. And my suggestion here, I think at the top, sorry, Caitlin, to go all the way to the top again, is that the new charter would go till June 30th, 2024. Where is that? Should be in red. Where is it hiding? Okay, sorry, further down, sorry. Is it further down, even further? Oh, there we go, thank you. This is the makeup of the committee. Oh, sorry, there was another, okay, so you can see the date of June 30th. We talked last time about more members. I very much took that into consideration, but it'd be great to have someone with a background in finance, financing options. So what I suggest we put in here is associate members and define what the preference would be, 1 to 2 associate members. So as not to necessarily steal from the pool, but to offer an opportunity if there's someone with this financial background that might want to step up. And those are the suggested changes.
Can I make a friendly amendment?
Sure.
It's funny that we called out a select board member by name in the charge. I would suggest that, not that I'm not gonna move in on your role here, but we suggest that to 1 member of the select board designated by the select board, just to be consistent. It's pretty freaking weird to put.
Yeah, that's fine.
And then I just had a question, so you wanna add all the green and all the red? You're not substituting any of the red with that green that you put up there, right?
It's all add, correct.
Okay.
I tried to make it additive and easy. And then the green was kind of this morning's thought. And I would suggest that the 4th point, if board members are amenable to that.
Caitlin, can you please scroll back up to Mark's green additions on the previous? Okay. And Mark, you said these came from the presentation of ReCalc to town meeting?
No, I'm sorry. The reason they came up was because of the discussion with the Council on Aging last night. But the exact words are from one of the slides that ReCalc included in their deck to town meeting. That's one of the exact slides. This was the kind of first page of top line recommendations.
Questions? Yes.
Thanks, Jackie. Yeah, I mean, all of this, I'm not gonna sound like I'm an expert on the senior center and everything else. I know that you and everyone else over there, Mark, has been doing a good job on doing this and having to deal with, you know, curveballs like every other week for a long time there. I guess my only critique would be the addition of 1 to 2 new people. Just, I know you're saying it's not pulling from a pool of whatever, but we have so many vacancies still. But, and it seems like it's pigeonholing it to you asking for some, like, it'd be great to have someone on the finance committee whose background is Boston Financial or something. Like, it just seems like you're, you know, I don't, it can be the, you know, the like, not the want kind of scenario, you know what I mean? I'd like to have this, but like, instead of requiring it or making it appear that it is, unless like some people have already shown interest or something like that.
Not yet.
So why,
Are you
So
thinking
why
words like
expand
with a
it?
preference
Yeah,
for,
like-
or is
you
it?
know, with a preference, like just more of, because someone might see it and be like, I don't have a background. I don't know if you can scroll down, Caitlin.
You should just say and or interest.
Yeah. To the next, no, down
Yeah, all the
more.
way down. Sorry that I left so much space there.
Yeah, 1 to 2 associate with a background and interest in financing options for programs, et that just seems very, specific.
How about if we added the word preferably, right after additional 1 to 2 associate members, preferably with background?
Yeah, I mean, to me, it's still gonna, I guess I don't know how many people are just gonna be applying for this. To me, it just seems as if it's limiting it, but,
I would accept the word preferably as friendly.
That's fine.
Caitlin, can we ask you to insert in the red there, an additional 1 to 2 associate members, the word preferably?
But yeah, everything else I'm fine with, and, it's good to see that this is moving forward, with everything that we've had to deal with this whole time, so, thanks. I'm good.
I love the emphasis on the transportation, because, I know Gene Delios did some work, and there is a report up there about, they went out and visited other local transportation systems in other communities, so I know we have that. I'm sure Andrew can find it, hopefully. And, but also in Lexington, you see they have a Lexington local transportation scenario, and then the Merrimack Valley Regional Transportation Association. So, I mean, it's great. That's a solution that supports the seniors and also potentially supports the rest of the community. So I think it's wonderful if you guys can dedicate some time to that.
Would folks be okay with one other, back to the green of page 1, please, Caitlin, sorry. Yeah, so these 3 are pulled directly off a slide, one of the first slides in the town meeting packet. The request from the council was, these are the words: the desire for an all-ages community center with dedicated senior space is real. However, it should not take precedence over first meeting the program, service, and facility needs of Reading seniors. So this is a quote from the summary report, but not from that summary slide. All right,
Yeah.
Caitlin, can I read it out to you as a number 4? The desire for an all-ages community center, and then parentheses, with dedicated senior space, close paren, is real, period. However, it should not take precedence over first meeting the program, service, and facility needs of Reading seniors, and they're both capitalized, Reading and seniors.
Did I get that all right?
Sorry for all ages community center with dedicated senior space, it's real and opportunity. Seniors, yes.
Woo.
Awesome. And sorry, there is one other green one. So the other part in the council discussion last night was, sorry, it wasn't a council discussion, it was me. It said with other senior centers around us, it was senior/community centers. And I just wanted to clarify, because there were a few community centers we talked to also. And so I just caught that one this morning. Can you scroll down, let's just make sure there isn't anything else, but I think that's good. Can you try to go down to page 2, please? It's not moving. Caitlin, is it stuck? Oh, there we go. Okay, great. Extra space can come out, sorry about that. June 30th, 2024. Okay, looks good.
Okay, motion to adopt the changes to the recalc charge and expansion of sunset date as amended. Do we have a motion? So moved. Thanks, Karen. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thanks, Chris. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, 5-0.
Thanks, folks.
Thank you.
We have a separate motion, move to extend the sunset date of the recalc to June 30th, 2024.
Okay, thanks, Karen. Second?
Second.
Thanks, Mark. Okay, all those in favor of expanding, and then opposed, okay, 5-0. Okay, next item, looks like we've got, starting on page 63 of our packet, going to page 67, a request from 6 board committees and commissions for additional funds. So I don't know, Fidel, do you wanna walk through
Please.
those? Thank you.
Jason, thank you, yeah. So we just to remind the board how we got here, I guess so as part of the FY '23 budget, we made a change in the way that funding for boards was done. It was done in a way, essentially giving a budget to the select board to allocate annually to boards and committees. I am actually gonna share a different version of the spreadsheet that's in the packet. So what this is, a little bit of conversating, a little bit of work that I've been having. So essentially, what you see in column B is what we did last year. So it's FY '23. We did not hear from the Climate Advisory Committee in time, and we did not hear from the Reading Community Garden because it wasn't a thing. The Climate Advisory Committee basically sent in their request incorrectly, but we did end up funding their request in '23 from the town clerk's funds, so it was about $1,200. So the column C shows what they're requesting. So basically, just grabbing the request, obviously, as you can see, you sum those up, and there is $27,950 worth of requests. We could do one of two things. We could have each committee come to and plead their case to the select board, or I could try to have a conversation with the boards, or the select board could choose something else. Column D is what I believe would be acceptable to the boards. One thing that I heard that I'll emphasize up front is that we committed to the historical commission basically to keep their funding at $1,500. That's something that we did not want to change. I did get a lot of feedback from the Trails Committee. They are, I guess, doing an awesome job in terms of maximizing every dollar that they get. So I think that they're a committee that is really doing great stuff. The Climate Advisory Committee I reduced to be more in line with what they received this year. So they received $1,200 this year, paid for by the town clerk, as I said. So put their funding at $1,500. The community garden received a lot of funds from grants. So just I think a modest funding allocation of $500 would be okay.
Questions or comments? Chris?
Thanks, Jackie. I guess my only question on this is when we redid it a year or two ago, were the existing board and committees, at least for me, and I think we as a board agreed as well, that whatever those board and committees were getting previously, they will always get in perpetuity, even though it's not guaranteed, but that's how they've always got it. So as long as we're within those numbers in your recommendation, I'm fine. So town forest, 5 years ago, always got $5,000, $5,000, $5,000.
It was less than that, but yes.
And it's 5. Whatever, I remember we had this discussion, we said that we weren't gonna hose these other committees that they were gonna lose their money and all that, so.
We're not hosing.
As long as we're within the hosing.
No hosing allowed.
More water discount. Where's the water on here? We gotta get,
The third meeting.
yeah. Third meter. Second.
We're getting snappy now.
So as long as we're within those parameters, I'm fine how you have it outlined.
Yeah, historically, there were 3 committees, no pun intended. The Historical Commission was one of them, a Trails Committee was another one, and Town Forest was the third.
I thought there was a 4th.
Not funded. Not funded.
I thought there was,
like 5, I thought.
I know, I don't remember it being 3.
I don't think it was 3 either.
I still think this is weird because what about CPDC? What about the finance committee? Like, it's kind of a weird.
They didn't submit any fund requests though, that's why they're not listed.
So in 2023, it was a change from them having budgets to saying, oh, here's a pot of money, select board, you can have a line item again. Select board used to have a line item, I don't know what they did with it because I never had one until this was reincarnated as a line item almost specifically for the sole purpose of funding other committees, so.
I think we increased it back then though by $5,000. We got rid of everybody but increased it by 5 or something.
Yes, Mark.
Sure. And yes, agreeing with all that, and we also talked about trying to figure out a way where different groups had different needs in different years. And we didn't have a way to fund it when we had, 1,500 for you, 1,500 for you, 1,500 for you. So I think that's why we thought this system would work better. And you know, I think your recommendations actually look pretty spot on, my opinion. I think that in terms of things getting done in the town, I think Trails certainly has been the trailblazer, in terms of getting that done. Town Forest, there's a ton to do there that, you know, continues to be something where they're gonna have to go to town meeting for additional funds also for bigger projects. Remember, we've talked about the phases of what they're gonna do. They're gonna have to go to town meeting for bigger stuff, so I appreciate the request for 10 and doing as much as we can. And then conservation, again, you know, looking at some of the things they're talking about, you know, those seem to make sense again to work on conservation lands. Those all, you know, seem like the right priorities to me for the bulk of the money. And I'd be okay allocating that way now.
Okay, so motion to adopt the or approve the funding request from boards, committees and commissions as presented.
Can I suggest maybe as recommended? Cause what they presented is in the packet.
Okay, yeah, I mean, we don't have this in our packet, so as recommended, as town manager, or consistent with town manager recommendation.
So moved. Sorry.
Second, okay, that's okay. So, Mark made the motion and Karen seconded. Any discussion further? Seeing none, okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Okay, 5-0, great. Okay, next item. Discussion on the development and planning process of a dog park in Reading. I think it's been a while since we've heard or discussed this, although it's certainly come up in the context of some of the development options at other town-owned parcels. We've also had some discussions about just the state of dog walking in the town, generally in the town forest specifically. So Fidel, I don't know if you've got any presentation materials before we open it up?
No presentation material, but it was basically an overview. We have talked about exploring a dog park for some time. I think the main issue is where, right? I mean that's where we keep getting stuck. I've heard a lot of recommendations. I ran it by staff, and I think staff is a little bit hesitant to move something forward because you know, we undoubtedly any kind of recommendation is going to upset someone, right? So the what our suggestion was essentially the select board is up for it essentially to create a committee. Basically a dog park exploration committee. I know that we have a lot of committees, but forming a committee that would have, you know, some buy-in, representation of the different groups in town, we thought would be very useful. I know that in SWEC, it is a conversation that keeps coming up in terms of potentially locating it there. So it is a little bit awkward in terms of overlap with other committees' work, but it was one feedback that I got from staff.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Sean?
Yes,
Please.
thank you.
Now for something completely different. It's all for 5 minutes.
Man.
Last summer after,
Name and address,
oh, I'm
please.
sorry,
Thank you.
Stephen Poole, Prospect Street. And I know most of you. Last summer, after years of having fun with our dog at a number of dog parks around here, from Wilmington to Gloucester, I felt that Reading residents, both the humans and our canines, would really benefit from having a dog park of our own. And so many cities, towns around here have one. So at the public meeting that was held last July to discuss how to use the town's Oakland Road property, I proposed and briefly described some of my ideas and reasoning for a dog park for Reading. And at the same time, I began discussing the idea with Fidel and with Chris and with Bill Sullivan and many people that I encountered every day when I walk my dog around my neighborhood or around town. And every person's response was overwhelmingly positive. And I received considerable thoughtful feedback and various offers to help in various ways. Since then, I've visited more dog parks in Eastern Mass and talked to a great many of the users at all of these dog parks about what makes a dog park a safe and welcoming, healthy, fun place for people and their dogs to be. Fidel and I have been in frequent communication since last summer about how to accomplish this. And fortunately, he had seen to the installation of a dog park already in Chelsea. And coincidentally, we also have Mark Wetzel living here in Reading now. And he did the same for Ayer, Mass. So as of today, we have, literally today, we have just over 3,400 registered and unregistered dogs, according to Laura Jim, plus dogs that are unknown to the town, and well over 2,800 households when you look at Laura's list. So it's quite a few. But as Fidel said, one of the key questions we face is where to place a dog park. The other key question is how to fund it. Funding appears to be the easier issue. I've discussed this informally with the Stanton Foundation, known to Fidel or to Chris, which has funded the construction of 40 or more dog parks around the state for up to 90% of the construction costs, up to about $250,000. And I'm going to pass these. I have a handout for you all of exactly what I'm saying. So up to about $250,000 for each one, and that includes Fidel's Chelsea Park and Mark Wetzel's Ayer Park. So similar funding is available to us once we can choose at least one location for a dog park. And choosing a location is the Stanton Foundation's initial and key requirement. However, here's the key point. Stanton is going to sunset their funding program in 2025. So our time is limited to qualify and apply. When speaking to the gentleman who handles grant applications for Stanton, I asked, what really is the deadline that we ought to look at? And he couldn't really tell me at the time, but just that it would behoove us to move relatively quickly. So it seems to me that the criteria for any location for Reading Dog Park includes the availability of the land, obviously, and then its size and shape, safe access to convenient access, and the effort required for us to build it. In other words, Oakland Road, lots of shale, very difficult to put it there. So far, we've identified a small number of possible locations in town. Fidel, myself, Bill Brown also, and discussed how appropriate each one would be. But again, Sterling and Monroe remains necessary to apply for funding from Stanton. Briefly, I'd say we need about 20,000 square feet at least. That's actually the size of the Wilmington Dog Park, or the pair of dog parks they have. Located within a reasonable walking distance of the population-weighted center of Reading, which appears to be about 15 feet from the common up Lowell Street. That's about where the center of town would be. So my feeling is a dog park would directly benefit potentially at least a quarter of our households. And so I certainly urge you all to get behind it. It's, everything I've heard is encouraging. And I know it'll take us some time to get somewhere with this. That's it. Bill already has a copy. Any questions or discussion?
Thanks. Through your conversations, Mr. Poole, what is the funding source? Because they've run out of funds, or they're gonna use funding for something else? Did they indicate which?
It sounds like they just made a decision to do it, and I didn't get into the reasoning. The gentleman who is responsible for reviewing grants and discussing this, he is the, I'm trying to think what his title is. He's an official in the town of Lexington.
Okay.
And this is a side gig. And when we discussed it, he really didn't have too much time to answer any questions.
Did he indicate how many applications they take in a year?
He didn't give me a time on that, but he did tell me when we spoke that, and this is a couple months ago, he was telling me about the 40 or 39 at that time they had already made, grants they had already made. And presently, Mansfield and Wareham are in construction, and they're designing ones for Acton, Ashland, Boston, Jamaica Plain, Carlisle, Northborough, and Saugus.
They do quite a few, wow.
Yeah, they're quite active. And it's a shame that they're stopping their funding.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful.
How many of you all are dog owners? You've got a Chihuahua, right?
Sorta, kinda.
Okay.
It's complicated.
Sorta.
Only two? Okay.
My ex-wife
have to
parents.
I was until
deliver awesome puppies.
last year and hope to be again.
Good.
They're awesome.
Can I ask a question? So Stanton has been identified, and obviously they're prolific in this, which is fabulous. Are there
Very much
other,
so.
any other organizations you've heard of that do this or offer kind of grants or?
I haven't heard of other organizations, but I was surprised that I'd say half a dozen people who have talked to me, just people walking their dogs, they've said, is there a way I could contribute money? And of course, you know, we can supplement whatever we might get from Stanton with fund drive activities, that sort of thing. This is a pretty popular thing in other towns.
Parade. Okay,
Yes.
I was gonna say, I think the idea of forming a committee makes a lot of sense, and thinking about, you know, what the members ought to be, you know, clearly, you know, location is one of the key issues. Not just finding it, but talking to abutters and all the related activities to maybe explore.
I'm sorry, Mark is having a little trouble hearing me.
I'm sorry, I should give this to you.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, so I was thinking about thinking about members and a charter, and part of the charter in terms of thinking about location, not just start with available space, but then what are the discussions that we need to have with abutters, with other people to secure how we might approach it. But I think
I've had some discussions in that regard, particularly to one place we had in mind, that I have in mind that we've discussed. And it's, you know, it's engendered some comments, most of which are positive. And nobody's so far said, oh, I wouldn't want a dog park near me.
Great. And there may be some that don't necessarily meet the walkable from town center criteria that are more available in
So what, sorry?
some locations that might not be walkable from town center that may have other benefits to consider.
Obviously town forest, and that was, you know, the field there, that was the first thing we discussed, but of course, you can't get there safely except by car unless you come in from Wood End, and then that's a trek to the forest. So, you know how bad the traffic is in that road.
Yes.
So that would exclude anyone without a driver's license, you know, young people, older folks.
I know that right now, both the town forest and conservation are facing some issues with unleashed dogs, particularly with handlers with multiple dogs.
Yeah.
And that, both of those groups, I think, would be very interested in participating in this discussion.
Oh, yes. Yeah, Bill and I have discussed the problems at the forest. My wife and I have experienced the problems at the forest. And I've discussed the thing about dog watchers and dog walkers with people at other dog parks. And it's pretty common for people to bring multiple dogs in. And I haven't really heard anyone complain except about how many dogs. You know, they haven't complained about fighting, or I guess the only thing that everyone has a little problem with is people who ignore or miss the fact that their dog just went. So, you know, that's, and there's strange things with each dog park that are kind of funny, like Wilmington will not put a trash can there for waste bags. And so we were going there for 2 years anyway, and every time we went there, there'd be this pile of waste bags, disgusting, unhealthy. But you know, these are things that I've seen that we can address up front. Gloucester has waste bag dispensers all over. Town Forest even has waste bag dispensers. If you've been in there, even, you know, sort of in the middle of the forest. So, yes, ma'am.
I appreciate all the work you've done for this. There is a demand for this, I understand that, and I think it would be great. And sometimes we just need somebody to be willing to lead the charge. I'm thinking about how we got the community garden to fruition. It was a citizens group. It didn't need to be a formal committee, and I was an unofficial liaison and just put them in touch with the right people, but the citizens group did the bulk of the work. And it was quite successful, and then I just had another, there's another initiative that we did the same thing, oh crap. There's another one. So I guess the point is, if there's support on the board for a dog part, and I'm gonna take a wild guess and say there generally is.
I'm sorry.
Do we really need a committee for this? Composting. Okay, that's the other example. Composting again. So a group of citizens said, we really need to look at composting. It's done. It's doing exactly what you're doing. Going out, researching, coming back, coming to the select board, coming to the town manager, kind of like what you've done. But it remained a citizens group, and we now have composting available to households. We have pilots in the school. So some of the advantages of not having an official committee are the need to post meetings, worry about quorum issues, all of that. And then now that the state has said our official committee meetings all need to be hybrid, so it puts some it has requirements of what the town needs to do. So I would ask my board members to weigh in on whether, and I this is a great idea. And again, I appreciate sometimes we just need somebody who's willing to dedicate the bandwidth to do the legwork to bring the good idea to us. So I appreciate you doing that.
Fidel knows that I can be pushy about it.
Yeah, so can I get it. So that's what I would ask my board member for your thoughts on that, or moving forward. I'd be happy to support, you know, doing what we can before this particular opportunity closes. I see, you know, an article about Hudson, they were able to fund a $25,000 design for their dog park, and also mentioning the fact that the Stanton Foundation is gonna be discontinuing funding these efforts, so.
So what would be the board's pleasure?
So it sounds like we've got some consensus to consider some sort of charter for, or, you know, description and charge for a dog park exploratory.
Only if we wanna make it a formal committee versus saying this is a great idea, we'll support your efforts.
And so, yeah, I was gonna say the two proposals here are formal dog park exploratory committee, or to Karen's point, you know, some sort of citizen-led, you know, not through our charter. So I think we gotta get consensus, you know, on one or the other. Yes.
Thanks, Jackie. I guess my thing on this is it's gonna end up being, the biggest issue is location. Everything else can get hashed out. So we just need the location. To me, I would think that Stephen's done a tremendous job, that we should, you know, it seems as if he's been everywhere but Reading for a dog park at this point. But it seems as if we continue down the path of just him doing it and doing whatever, we run the risk of losing up to 250 grand. If we didn't have the sunset happening, I could understand he has all the time in the world to work on the dog park thing, and if it comes, it comes, if it doesn't, but we are at risk of losing, because essentially it is. You submit and 90% other people get approved for this. So we're going to lose up to 250 grand if we let this slide. So by putting it to a committee, it's gonna kind of have to force the issue to make sure that, you know, Stephen says he talked to all the residents around here. Now it's actually presented at a meeting, it's all legit, they have their concerns, doesn't end up like Tent Gate, the whole spiel, like it's all legit and been hashed out. So typically I think let him do his own thing, but in this instance where we run the risk of losing, I would prefer to see it go down that route of an actual committee and whatnot.
Yes.
I would agree with Chris, and the other thing is it sounds like we have to approve a location, not just find the location, but we have to approve it in order to even apply for that funding.
Exactly.
Not necessarily, the Conservation Commission had to approve the community garden, so we didn't.
So if it's conservation land, that's okay, but if it's not conservation land,
If it's town-owned land. Per se.
yeah, I tend to think it'd be great to have the informality, but I think we actually need the formality to get this thing done.
Especially with the public outreach, because the last thing we want is for 10 people to be like, I have heard nothing about this dog park. I'm not okay with this, I had a dog bite, it all like, we need that all hashed out in advance.
To make sure we don't step in it.
Yeah, yes.
We could very well form an organization, Friends of Reading Dog Park, and get a little broad recognition of the idea in that way. I could put another article in the newspaper about the idea and where things stand. I've even gotten a great series of emails from a 7th grader at Parker who's enthusiastic about it and wants to do whatever he can. And he said, if you're forming, a committee, I'd sure love to be on it. And like I said earlier, a lot of people with whom I've spoken have said, is there something I can do? So I guess it's possible we could get the word out virally and through the newspaper. So we could form a plan to do that. But the key is location, and there are very few places suitable. In fact, personally, I think there's one suitable place, but there is some opposition to that, which I perfectly understand from a man who's a friend of mine. And so, that's going to be a hurdle to get over. I asked Fidel if we could chat with the town attorney to see what she or her firm says about, our chances in using the piece of land that I had in mind. So that's something I think would be worthwhile.
One strong suggestion, a big mistake would be to lock in on one desired spot.
I agree.
And
Right.
and if something happens, then all is for naught. We have some experience with that recently. So I would strongly encourage, we have multiple possible locations, go through pros and cons, see what the possibilities are. A possible location I can imagine would have very substantial opposition, but who knows?
We've looked maybe at a dozen different possibilities, ranging from the town forest to existing parks, Oakland Road. But each misses some important point. Accessibility and safety, ledge, legalities, things like that.
So I also agree that it's good with something like this where it involves some competing concerns and potentially some liability even on the part of the town, that it's worth at least considering a charter. So let us, with Fidel's help, plan for some sort of proposal for a committee charter or a board charter. And in the meantime, I think it would also be helpful for all of us to look at the Stanton Foundation, and maybe if we have some more detail too on timing that we could get from staff on the Stanton Foundation, because it sounds like that's a significant source that's sunsetting.
If you all have particular questions like Carla had, I can get back to the fellow with them.
Okay.
And get some clarification on things like, how much time do we realistically have?
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah, that's good.
Would it make sense to do that before we start creating a committee? Get a little more,
Sorry?
would it make sense to do that before we create a committee, get a little more information?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Would it,
Would you like to try this?
Seriously? Okay.
Thank you. And then the volume is just there.
Okay.
I guess I could have told them, might have been quicker.
Are you able to hear us better now?
I think so.
Yes, it worked.
I was just asking, so would it be better to get more information reach out to the Stanton Foundation and get more information before creating a committee?
I can certainly get more information, or anyone, Fidel could get more information, but they're pretty clear on it, and they have a website, and I could get you all the URL of the website, and it's pretty straightforward, to get started with them, to make the application. There
So
are
is
some
this,
steps.
yeah, okay, all right, I heard this was gonna be maybe, I heard you say this could be a citizen-led group, like they're doing in Hudson, but I guess you're just asking whether the select board will take this on and the town will take on this project now.
I'm happy to go with whatever the select board thinks is best for the town. My objective is a dog park. I think it'll be great for the town.
Gotcha.
Fidel, of course, has dealt with Stanton 2-3 years ago, was it? And so, and Mark Wetzel has as well. So
Is he willing to serve on this committee? Does he know you want a committee?
He is on CPDC, so maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Okay, so again, these are the problems, like we're having trouble staffing committees, so anyway, whatever the board wants to do.
staffing committees with
Any committees.
town You mean with town employees or with citizens?
with citizens. We have a
Well, I
lot of
think I could get-
committees.
I could get a bunch of citizens. In looking at using one particular property, I asked 4 of the people who I know from walking my dog, who are attorneys, for their opinion on some legal paperwork related to this. And they all looked into it. 3 of them were able to get back to me in a timely manner. And, they gave me their opinions, and they were enthusiastic about it. And, every time I take my dog out now, one person probably on average will ask me, "But what's happening? When's the dog park gonna go? Where's it gonna be?"
Oh, okay.
All right, so let us, if you have information to share from the Stanton Foundation on, their sunset timelines, we'd love to hear about it. And then in the meantime, we'll look to include a discussion of a charter at one of our upcoming meetings, hopefully within the next, month or 2.
Sounds good.
Okay,
I'll do that, get back to you all on it.
thank you.
Thank you so much.
Jack, if I
Yes.
just looking very quickly at Stanton, the top line says, "Note, we're currently offering new design grants only through December 15th, 2023.
Oh,
Yikes.
question answered.
That was gonna be my question, was when he said 2025, is that January 1st, but now
Well, it
it's,
sounds like
we got 6 months.
Go.
Yeah,
That wasn't on the website.
Yeah, it's on there now.
It's a
You waste 2 months just creating a
$250,000,
yeah.
that's $250,000 by the end of the year.
Yeah.
That we could potentially lose depending on how difficult it is.
Also, just a quick clarification, it says, "Please be aware the foundation works exclusively with one contact person employed by the city or town to discuss the opportunity and requirements. Volunteer committee members, blah, 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 should contact their local officials, but should not contact the foundation."
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mark.
Yeah, so to take advantage of that funding, it also, I think, leans toward a town, some sort of chartered committee. So, thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Okay, next item, exploration of town council. This was a holdover, I believe, from the beginning of the calendar year.
Skipped one.
Oh, sorry. Discussion of, yep, you're right, discussion of emails for boards and committees. I think this began with one board member's request for emails, town email addresses for all board, committee, and commission members. And so Fidel, do you have an update on that?
Yes, I do. So I think the last time we had the discussion, the request was to add, was to give basically emails to every member. Unfortunately, I think I shared that technology, our technology director was hesitant, and it wasn't just the creation of an email, it was also the management, like changing of the passwords, all those things that would add an administrative burden. So kind of the in-between that we created was these shared mailboxes. So now the majority of boards that wanted it, so we asked the board if they wanted it. CPDC was the last one that we implemented, so now we have CPDC at Reading, ci.reading.ma.us, and that goes to Heather, but it also goes to staff, right? So it goes to, that's something we could do tomorrow. So if there is any board that doesn't have that yet, I asked, all the staff that support the boards if they wanted a shared email box, and a lot. I think a lot of the boards that already have this, but any board that is missing, certainly we could do that right away.
Question for you, what other boards already have it that you know?
So FinCom,
Okay.
Board of Health, CPDC, I think Council on Aging as well. I'll have to check. Historical. Select Board. So it's when you email select board at ci.reading.gov,
School committee, I assume?
School committee.
Yes, that's a yes.
I don't know the school committee. I'm
Okay,
not sure about school committee.
okay. Right, questions, Chris?
I didn't even raise my hand, Jackie.
Yeah, you did.
Are they able to send emails from that shared inbox? Meaning, would I get an email from CPDC at Reading dot
It is outbound only.
inbound?
Inbound.
Inbound, right,
So that is,
through our
that is
server
the,
out.
so that is the catch in what you're doing is, the issue for this is, for me, it's transparency, et cetera. I should be able to say, townforest@reading.ma. The whole spiel. Easy for every single board and committee. It should not be optional. It should be required that at minimum, the chair of that committee would have it. So you don't have to have the chair of Town Forest have their own specific email. It would just be that Town Forest at whatever email address. From there, optionally, you can have it forward to someone's Comcast email address, but it's gotta hit the Reading inbox.
It does, sorry.
No, that one does, but when they send out, you're not gonna have a copy of that.
No.
And to mention,
Not unless they copy that inbox again.
I don't wanna say that I'd be able to handle the entire IT for this, cause this is what I do all day anyway. But in your scenario that they created a shared mailbox, they could have created an actual mailbox account instead with the same kind of scenarios, except you have access to send and receive. The only issue is shared mailboxes are free and the other ones are paid Outlook Exchange only licenses that are like $70 a year unless you're getting some special pricing. So there's no administrative difference, it's only financial. And it should be, like I said, if you wanna start with all the major boards and committees, you don't need, the celebration committee doesn't have to have one right away. But we should really have something for everybody. I shouldn't have to guess and not know that CPDC just had one or didn't or whatever. It should be automatic. It's 2023, you know what I mean? So I appreciate that they did the shared mailbox thing, but I knew you couldn't send from that. And that's a whole nother the catch. So now you're gonna have just a mailbox of hundreds of emails in, but nothing out.
So Town Forest is one of them. Town Forest at ci.reading.ma.us, that does exist, and it goes to Bill Sullivan and staff too.
But the problem with that is you only get one end of the conversation if it's ever needed. You can't send from that. So now you have to send from your personal account out because you can't send from the shared mailbox.
That is correct, and there's it's not just the financial, there's also the fear of hazards, right? I mean, like I don't wanna get into that, but spam, viruses,
Yeah, for me, like I said, it's always been that I think it should be required. I still think for select board, you're not even required to get an email address. You can still use Google, I think, still to this day, which doesn't make sense to me, but none of us, I don't think, are using it anyway. But I don't see the downside to doing it this way at all, especially on the website. You see the emails that we get, we couldn't find the email address, is it this, is it that? It should not be the contact thing anymore. It should just be simply click on this, here's the actual email address and who's it's going to. I mean, I don't see the downside to us doing this. Unless there's some other thing in the background I don't know about that differentiates us from someone on Town Forest from having an outgoing email box.
I mean, there's a lot of turnover on committees, right? Like, and particularly those that are not full-time managed by staff, right? The Council on Aging, right? I mean, so there is that fear of management of turnover, right? When we have a very strict protocol for canceling accounts for employees, right? So there is fear of that, right? That if
Well, it should only be the chair that would have access anyway, because I understand the difference with an exchange-only license, like I said, that's $70. But that doesn't have litigation hold that prevents me from just nuking my entire mailbox and you having no access to it at all. So that's another fee that's added to that, unless they're using enterprise licensing, et cetera. So I understand that you shouldn't just be giving it to the 10 members of the committee, but the chair at minimum should have access to that. And if the chair turns over to somebody else every year, whatever it is, then it should go to someone else. If someone resigns, I understand, but the chair is in that position in the first place, which would be more trustworthy, I would say, than someone that just randomly joined, a week ago, that would have now access to the entire inbox from the Trails Committee. So I'm just using them as an example. I'm not saying there's something shady going on with the Trails Committee. It just, I just think that it's only a matter of time. We're not going to be having this conversation in 10 years. Everything would have been swapped over by then. So I don't see why we shouldn't just do it now. Chairs of the committees, and that's it. I don't know.
Yes, Mark?
So just a couple of thoughts. One of the things I think we need to be careful of also is not to place such a heavy burden on the chair of committees, especially as it's turning over and we're having trouble getting people to volunteer and starting to add more and more burdens to them. I understand the need from a transparency point of view. I also appreciate that other than Finance Committee, maybe CPDC, I'm not sure how often people, or a few others, how often you really need kind of an outbound email system. The ability to how many are really coming in, how many messages are you really sending out? So I just don't want to be in a position where we're having trouble knowing who the chairs are. Then we're gonna have to figure out who's got the email, who's got the password, did it change? The administrative aspect every year is now substantial also. So I think just before we jump in, we gotta make sure that the juice is worth the squeeze.
So question for you, Fidel, what, because I had clicked through a lot of the boards and committee pages on the town website and I saw that there's a link for pretty much every chair I had seen, and in most cases, most if not all committee or board members to contact that person. What happens on the board or committee member end once I go in and try to contact the chair of the rec committee or?
Yeah, so if you recall, 1 year ago, probably around this time, we that was not the case. So we there in the previous website, my understanding is that it was a lot harder. We had a discussion about making it easier when we implemented our new website. I believe we for the most part, most committees now have that ability. So it's contact Ed Ross, for instance, right? That is the case. So I would say that all committees, unless they specifically requested not to.
Okay.
And those are very specific, like the Board of Assessors, for example, requested not to have that function.
So what I'm asking is, in that scenario, if I'm Ed Ross and and Jackie McCarthy goes to the Finance Committee page, contact Ed Ross, what does Ed Ross receive and how does he receive it?
Yes, so in the Finance Committee, so it might be worth me sharing my screen. In the example of the Finance Committee, there are two different ways, and that is exactly what I guess I'm trying to explain. Give me 1 second.
I can give you the short answer. It just goes, so if you send it to Ed Ross and his is edross@yahoo.com, that's where it's going.
Yeah.
So it's a free Point2 account because Point2 accounts are free. So that's, the town isn't incurring any fees.
So there's two ways to contact them. Obviously, this is one of them, right? So you contact Ed Ross, and it's an automated form. So it's a form on our website that you input it, and it sends that email to that person. right? That is one option. The other option is at the corner of most boards, committees, there are staff, right, in here, but there's also email the finance committee. Sorry, not sure if you can see that. So email the finance committee. And if you hit email the finance committee, it should pop up a message, right, a window that that sends an email to finance at ci.reading.ma.us.
Okay.
Is that a shared mailbox or is that an actual mailbox?
That's a shared mailbox. That's a shared mailbox that goes to the chair, and it goes to me, and it goes to Sharon and Jackie.
See, in terms of that, in my opinion, the finance committee should have an actual mailbox where mail is sent to, I mean, it's a major board and committee. Like, if I wanted to public record request the last 30 days of emails to the finance committee, what am I getting? That they sent. You're not getting anything. Like, how is that okay? I mean, that's just a glaring example right there. I understand there's all workarounds that we're doing, with all these free pointer accounts, etc. But would I rather spend 70 or 150, whatever it ends up being for litigation hold on the finance committee email address to be fully in compliant with email stuff? Like, it's the finance committee, it's $150. You can write your check tomorrow if you want. Like, there's no reason why they shouldn't have it. And that's just one example.
So Fidel, has this system been checked by town council for compliance with open meeting law requirements? In terms of, like, have we in the recent past, you know, and by that I mean since you've said you've made a lot of improvements on connecting to emails on the town board web pages. Did we get input from town council on the open meeting law implications or compliance of that?
We had a training, right, where town council basically shared the requirements. I mean, certainly I agree with was Select Board Member Haley that from a open meeting law, public records, not open meeting law, public records perspective, it would be easier for us to search. Absolutely. It would be easier for us to search.
What would be easier for?
If all FinCom members had a Reading account.
Okay.
Where they conducted business, it would be easier for us to search. Sure. That would be easier. Are we out of compliance because we don't have that? No.
Yeah, and I was asking more of compliance as opposed to
compliance. It would be easier for us to search.
Yeah.
Absolutely. It is a cost benefit discussion, and the conversation that I've been having with our technology team is not necessarily it is a real cost, right? It is a real cost to the additional number of licenses. FinCom is 9 people, right? So, you know, is it 9 times 5 boards? I don't know, but it's also the maintenance and upkeep in terms of supporting of those individual accounts.
I would just argue that it's actually easier to do it my way, where it's the chair of the committee that is 1 email, not 9. The finance committee, when you go on there in contact or whatever, it's 1 email, not 9. You can keep the names up there. You don't have to have the contact button for anybody. Because in theory, all those things are turning over too as well, and you have to do the maintenance on all that. Because all of those are pointer records to people's Gmails and Comcast and everything. So during the open meeting law training that they had, it's Marianne Downing has Marianne Downing at fincom@gmail.com or some complicated long thing that even I don't know what it is, but I know she has it. So if you want to get all of Marianne's emails now, she has a specific Gmail account for that. But when some random person on the climate committee, instead of the trails, I want the last 30 days of emails for this. and they're using their personal email, and now they got Amazon shopping list and everything else, all completely unrelated stuff that you now have to trust that they're gonna give you the actual stuff that you're requesting. It doesn't seem right. So to answer your question, Jackie, Ivrea said that it's fine as long as someone creates a separate Gmail account or whatever for the particular board or committee, because they run the risk of their personal stuff getting dinged if someone were to public record request it. So all I'm asking in the beginning is the major boards and committees chairs would have access to FinCom, whatever. You don't have to have the other 9 email addresses. Eventually, we will get there. But at a minimum, it should just be that. That is my opinion on it. I don't see, it's only a matter of time before somebody asks for something that we do not have.
But in that example, Marion Downing would not get a written email. Is that
Correct.
what you're saying? Okay.
Yep, so it would be FinCom at what, Reading, blah, blah, blah. And Ed would have access to that email, and then he can forward stuff out however he likes, and when he sends emails, however he likes, etc. A new chair gets elected in that position, they would get right-click, permission, and sign it to the new person, that's it, like done and dusted. You don't have to now change the website, etc. Just one, this is only in the beginning. Eventually, we'll get there with the other people, but I just think, from a transparency standpoint, to ask for everything sent to the finance committee email address in the last 90 days or something that you can't actually give me. Sent, outgoing, everything, you only get one-way communication, which like you're not just spending the $100-something to just get this squared away.
For FinCom, absolutely, done.
Yeah, I know,
I'll
it's
set it up.
just, you can start going down the list and pick another 5 or 10 more kind of thing, but
And that's the issue.
really all
That's
there is.
where it becomes administratively cumbersome. I mean, that's
But at the same time, they've already created the Comcast, Gmail forwarders, etc. So that it's actually less, in my opinion.
Do we have any other comments or questions from other board members?
I just play pickleball, so I don't know what's
So I think, to be honest, when I think about things like this, I think about the risk from the, from the burden of a public records request, but also to Fidel's point, the administrative or, the staff time and resources on a team, which I hear just even from other items on tonight's agenda, they are spread thinly to do. This came up in the context of even, software development for, a tiered water rate. And so I guess I'm sensitive to the fact that, that this team and the ongoing maintenance that this team might be overly burdened by the ongoing maintenance of these items. But I also, I see Chris's point about having at least some sort of email access to the major board and committee chairs, which it sounds like we are on the path toward doing, at least with the 3 or 4 boards that you mentioned, Fidel. Sure. And, just thinking out loud here, I think too, us using, in your interest in transparency, us using the opportunity that we're having this month to meet so many board and committee members, to get the word out about that, because I don't know, I know from my time on finance committee, we hardly, I could probably count on one hand or less the amount of emails I received on that board. I think for the most part, we receive things from staff or from other committees. So I
Even
think,
as chair. Very few.
yeah, so I think maybe Fidel, it'd be helpful to get some sort of update in the next month or two as these, I would call them major boards and committees. There's probably somewhere between 5 and 12 of those. To get some sort of update from you on, is this the example that you're showing for finance committee, how is that being rolled out across other boards and committees? So you gave us an offhand list, but I think something comprehensive might be helpful.
I will email working from the liaison assignments might be useful because I think we have addressed all the boards that we think are major, for instance, but.
So are you saying, are you tasking us as liaisons with?
No, I'm saying there are some boards that or some committees that we don't need to do this to. And you mentioned the celebrations committee, right? Or the constables, right? Or the other ones that we talked about. It would be helpful to get feedback from the board on which boards we consider a major.
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. Okay. All right. Okay. Next item, exploration of town council. And again, this came up at the beginning of the calendar year in terms of looking at Mears and Harrington, our current town council, and potential alternatives. I didn't really have a specific agenda item on this other than to check in with other board members, see your thoughts on this, and how you want to proceed, if at all. So I will say too, while I think it's always worthwhile to do kind of a check on rates, billable rates, and how our bills are looking in terms of the rates that our town council attorneys are charging. I'll say just in the past couple of months, I've seen some really good work from Mears Harrington, particularly on the recount, which required some pretty significant, and very valid, but significant expenditures to keep us in compliance. So, yes.
I've been also very satisfied with their work. I don't feel like this is a high priority for me right now.
Okay. Others, Chris.
Thanks, Jackie. I think that other than trash, it seems as if trash and legal counsel can just bypass typical contracts requirements where we could just have, the same legal counsel in perpetuity, which to me doesn't make sense. And the fact that the school committee is going through a review of legal counsel as well right now just shows that you just don't have to stick with the same one that you always have. It might be that, in the end, we end up with Mears Harrington, and but at least the process was done. I mean, we see the opportunity there just to look at it. It doesn't, if we're not all in agreement, I can understand that, but you just have to think from a what makes sense and what doesn't kind of scenario. Like, I don't know how long we've had Ivrea's firm for, but if we're talking it's been a decade, perhaps it's time to look again. If it's been 3 years, I know it's been at least that. Maybe not warranted, but as time goes on, eventually we're gonna have to do it. Like next year, the following year, for someone to have the same contract just ongoing because they can, just doesn't seem right to me.
Yes.
Kind of thinking about, I think typically you would look for a reason to change as opposed to just kind of casually saying, let's see what's going on with the service. There's tremendous benefit in having the same firm if we're getting what we're looking for and if we're happy with it. From my perspective, we are getting what we want and are happy with it. I think the school example may not be as you portrayed, actually. Maybe we shouldn't get into that right now.
I'm not privy, I know there's,
I think that
on the website.
There perhaps were differences that were shared in a board that led to the discussion. I don't see that here. I think having someone know our town is great. I think to Jackie's point, looking at rates makes sense. They have to be competitive. But if the service is really good and the rates are competitive, there's a real advantage in staying, in my opinion. And I would think also, think about companies and corporations also. When you build a trusted relationship, you're not going out there to try to blow it up. If there's a reason to change, awesome, you should be changing. But other than that, you may want to see the value in the continuation, provided you're getting what you need and the rates are competitive. I think that's where, I think we're getting what we need. I don't know specifically that the rates are competitive, and maybe that's a worthy exploration. But I like Karen, I can't see us devoting a substantial amount of time or a committee to exploring this. It's kind of searching for a problem that doesn't exist, in my opinion.
Yes, Carla.
I mean, isn't that one of the same rates and services provided? How are we gonna know if we just go to, Low Larry and Curly company, XYZ company, ABC company, what are your rates and nothing else? Then, okay, one's $100 an hour, one's $500 an hour. Well, I'll take the $100 an hour one because that makes sense. Well, they may suck at $100 an hour. So why would we pick that company? So you can't, right. So you can't just say, let's shop rates around.
Well, I think we actually can. I think that.
Well, of course we can, but it's all relative. It's all relative to who else they service, how long have they been servicing that city or town. And I think we need checks and balances to keep people on their toes and to continue to get good service. I see nothing wrong with talking to several companies from either the Maya website or locally and say, hey, are you happy with XYZ company? Yes, we love them. Well, I don't think we have to form a committee on it, but I didn't think that's where this was headed, to form a committee.
I've been in agreement with you. I don't think it makes any sense to do that, but I'm concerned with thinking about saying, well, let's just go and so-and-so uses company B, let's just talk to them. Oh, yeah, we like company B, that's why we keep them. What have we learned? We haven't learned anything.
But that goes with the rates too. I mean, that coincides with rates.
From that. Right, we learned that city B uses a different firm and they're happy. And they call us and they say, hey, are you happy? And we say, yeah, we're really happy. We haven't moved the ball.
But right, but to Chris's point, so 10 years from now, we continue down this path for 10 years. It's like, you don't know what you're missing kind of scenario. Like, I'm not saying they're good or bad, but we have and what we don't have. But I think we should, every so many years, as good practice, like Chris mentioned, we've had vendors, different vendors over the years. Some have gone out of business, some have merged, but I'm not just sticking with the vendor based on, I'm buying a product, an ingredient. It's not really a service, but it is service. How am I being serviced? Are my deliveries on time? Are the drivers good? Are they not hitting cars in the driveway? Are they showing up on time? Do they have the inventory I need? So it's like, okay, I have multiple options. Should I stick with that company because I've been with them for 10 years? No. I shop it around. I talk to different salespeople. And, there's only so many out there, just like with law firms. There's only so many out there that work with municipalities.
But legal and accounting are not the same as the flower supplier.
But it's a similar.
I don't agree with you.
Well,
it's a very different.
We're not here to debate that, right? That's you think differently. I think differently. But I think we should, after so many years, we should agree to after so many years of something, we should take a look. Just look under the cover. Look under the hood. That's it.
So one proposal, because I do think that the universe of, well-qualified municipal council in Massachusetts is relatively small. We're not looking at a marketplace of hundreds. I know, for example, that RMLD uses a different law firm for their counsel. I think it might be worth asking RMLD if we can do this, what hourly rates they're paying for their representation. comparing it to the bills we received from Mears Harrington. I think that's sort of a, I would hope that that's something that we could, Fidel, find out relatively easily if Greg and his staff can share that with us. That's a start. I mean, I do think that every once in a while, just a comparison check of rates is worthwhile, but I do think that with a professional service like this, you're looking a little bit at, you're certainly looking at rates, but you're also looking at kind of track record and trust and those kinds of intangibles.
Yeah, I don't disagree, but the Stoneham, Wakefield, Melrose, Wilmington, Woburn, those cities that kind of abut us or do abut us, do they all use Mears and Harrington? Like, I don't have the answer to that question.
Right.
Right? Do they all use 5 different firms? Okay, why are they using 5 different firms?
Right.
Because 5 different firms exist.
Yep.
And they're happy with them. So, if all 5 of them use Mears and Harrington, I'm like, oh wow, the light bulb goes off. They must provide excellent service, and the rates are good.
Yeah, I don't know that I would, I think experience can be personal. I wouldn't be surprised if there is a difference. That I would be surprised if Mears Harrington represented all the peer communities. I have a feeling another firm does represent a lot more than Mears Harrington. I think at a minimum we can kind of hopefully get some information about that firm from Greg, and then kind of share it and decide where we want to go with it.
Just
Yes.
one other quick point. In regards to, I'll present this from my company's standpoint, that when I get email or I end up seeing that IT goes out to bid, et cetera, or from a client that we've had for like a decade, it's always, I hate to do this, but we have to go out to bid. It's been 3 years. So, here's a copy of the bid, everything's due in 30 days, et cetera, all of that stuff. So people love sticking with me, but they still have to do it. Same thing for, HVAC for town hall. We're gonna go out to bid for that. We're gonna go out to bid for everything else. But legal, trash, and I'm sure there's some other one that isn't included in that. I'm looking at it from a standpoint that even though that we can keep them in perpetuity, there's no downside to looking, because I'll tell you from my own standpoint, when I get, I hate to do this, we're going out to bid, now in my head, I'm like, okay, I have to make sure that, they've been happy this whole time, is somebody else gonna bid? There's lots of different things that come into play where now, all of a sudden, this client is getting more of my attention than all the others. So I'm not saying it's a tactic to use to make sure that we're whatever. I'm just saying from my real world examples that this happens all the time, and we shouldn't just exempt one person from it because they've been great to us the whole time. I've been great to all the clients that I have, and it still has to happen.
Okay. Yes, Mark.
I need to have one more comment. So the attempt to compare trash and professional services is not a good example. It's kind of actually, it'll make the point strongly. In business, you typically don't change law firms unless something wrong happens or if they're not supporting your needs. Those are the reasons why you'd make a change. You don't go out and kind of say, well, let's just see what's going on, because you build a relationship. I am feeling like we're trying to invent a problem here again, and it's one that doesn't exist. And I'm not comfortable with it. There's not a direct comparability to a typical vendor. That's not the relationship that we try to build, not the relationship we want. If we want to do it that way, we can make shorter relationships, and I bet we probably would potentially save some money, at least in billing rates. I bet that's quite possible. But they don't know who we are, and everything is going to take a long time to learn and understand and figure out kind of how the town has worked, what the back issues are. we have a relationship that works very well. And part of the reason why I think it works is because we don't really have a single lawyer. We have a whole firm with specializations in the different things we need. Staff uses them for tons of different things. Not Ivrea as an example. As we've gone through litigation, we had different people working with us. They have, specialization that allows us to get exactly what we're looking for. Again, if there were some glaring problem or something that happened, absolutely, good time to go out and look for things. But the notion of, let's try to, potentially blow up the relationship because we can, I think doesn't make sense in a professional service relationship. I think it's kind of the opposite of what you want to do. So when you mentioned, it's like trash collecting, that's kind of when I was like, whoa, wait a second.
I mentioned the contract, not that's all it is the contract.
Trash collection, we have to bid on a regular basis because there is a contractual relationship for a period of time that they and we are able and willing to offer. They have rules, we have rules, right? They're not gonna offer us a 100-year contract. We don't have any interest in a 100-year contract. Specifically, things are gonna go out to bid. There are drastically changing costs that are out there. There's a reason why that has to happen on a regular basis. Professional services don't work that way, if they're working well, and they are.
I'm a professional service, Mark. I still go into bid.
I don't think that in 7 or 8 companies I've worked for, I can't remember ever changing law firms other than because of a specific problem. Ever.
Then we'll work offline with you to see what we can get regarding the RMLD's law firm rates and offerings and reviews, right? Because a lot of it, I think, comes down to the qualitative too. What their clients think of how they're serving, how competent, how responsive they are.
The commissioners may be able to offer some insight
Yeah.
into that also.
Okay. So with that, future agenda items, I know we've got 2 additional ones just from tonight for June 20th, being the Meadowbrook Golf Club alteration and water rates, which are 2 we want to get done as soon as we can, or in the case of water rates, we have to by the end of the month. I also had from last time an item in my notes that based on town council's advice, we should start the process of a special committee for charter revisions. And I think we were going to do an initial meeting on that beforehand, but I would say we should put that, and let me know, Fidel, what you think, either on June 20th or July 18th. Yes?
Quick question, did we talk about connecting first with Alan Foltz?
We did, that's the meeting I'm referring to.
Okay, got
Yes,
it.
yeah. I think we also had a tax classification preview, is that, let me see.
Victor was not, he was traveling that week, so he requested that we do it on July 18th.
Okay,
Yeah, and on the special committee, what the special committee involves a member of the school committee, so I've been waiting for the school committee to restructure.
okay. Do you know when they're planning on doing that?
I believe it's in the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
Now that school's over.
Okay. So you're saying we need to include someone from the school committee, or we should include a school committee member? Okay, all right. So we have a hearing upcoming on traffic amendments on Family Circle, Woodland Street and Bancroft, is that Bancroft Avenue?
Bancroft Avenue.
Okay. Any other agenda items? Yes.
I think we as board members all received a couple of emails recently that are kind of safety and crossing oriented sorts of things. One of them I think related to Killam area, generally speaking, maybe Haverhill Street, and the other, I think, was more Memorial Park oriented. But I'm wondering if it's worth asking for kind of an update in some sense. Maybe it's from PTTTF, maybe from the safety officer, about where are the areas in town where some more exploration is warranted. I think specifically one or two that came to us were referred to PTTTF. I think one of them may have PTTTF said they needed to do more study, something like that. But how do we think about kind of the crossing areas that we want to take a look at? Karen, you brought up by Matera and trying to cross, Route 28 there. So, there are a couple things that have come up in terms of, how do we think about these? PTTF looks at them. That's an example where we probably would need a state grant to move anything ahead. And I don't know, if Haverhill Street, what do we run into with Haverhill Street? Deer. I mean, we've already dealt with speed limit and things like that, but crossing. So sorry, help me. That is not a state road, but it's.
No, that's us.
But it's governed by a state agreement, because that's where we ran into the speed limit thing.
Oh, yeah, that's right. So could we change it for different zones?
Right. And I think this isn't fully baked, but maybe it's something we can think about. Just kind of how do we explore areas where we're going to need some help from state or federal funding.
So Fidel, it looks like the PTTF is meeting on the last week in June, so maybe we can bring them in on July 18th.
Sure.
Thanks, Jackie. At the same meeting with the PTTF thing, just seeing about I've heard some complaints about the half-hour, 2-hour spots in front of Quick Stop and Drew Stews and all that being overutilized, meaning that I don't know if I go into deliberation by saying that, but in any event, they end up, because our parking hours are 8 to 5 or whatever, someone will park there at 6 o'clock the entire night, wake up in the morning, it's 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock when our hours are enforced, and then they're there till 10. So then all those places in the front lost the parking from that person parking overnight in a 2-hour spot. So, do you see what I'm saying?
I do,
Taking
but what
up
do you do?
line maybe.
Yes.
The clock is ticking at 8, right? I mean,
Correct, but if it's 2 hours, they have
change the
until
rules.
10. You see what I'm saying?
No, I
Yes.
see what you're saying. I'm just saying.
But
that's
for
not the
them,
rules,
for
right?
coming into the meeting, I'll email you
Yeah.
separately.
I think that's a PD question we can take with the traffic enforcement officer.
And then the same thing for in front of CBS, because what's gonna happen is the majority of people for the kiosks rollout and all that are gonna wanna not utilize the kiosk thing. So the spots out in front of CBS, I think that was brought up
It was brought up.
at town meeting by Shirley. So something, just exploring if this change happens, does something happen over here as well?
I think I had also heard from other board members some interest, perhaps in July or early August, in a discussion of the Community Preservation Act. So maybe that's something to add either to July 18th or August 1st. We do have 2 meetings in August. Anything else? Okay. Last item, approve meeting minutes. We just had one set of minutes from May 9th. And Caitlin, I just had one change that I emailed earlier today on page 3. Hopefully that'll give others a chance if you haven't looked at it. Just to.
I accidentally put the wrong person.
Yeah,
Sorry.
it's okay. Just that, it's Chris and I interviewing for VASC appointments. Anyone else have any other changes to the May 9th? Okay. All right, so is there a motion to adopt the May 9th, 2023 Select Board minutes as amended? So moved. Thanks, Karen. Is there a second? Thank you, Mark. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? Okay, we're 5-0, and there's nothing else. Motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Thanks, Mark. Second by Karen. Okay, all those in favor? Opposed? We're 5-0. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Have a good night.